let's talk a little bit about Digimon Survive, and then we'll hop on into it like, we usually do. So, if you don't know what Digimon Survive it is mainly a visual novel, ironically enough. It is mainly a visual novel with tactical RPG elements. And it is an interesting game. I've only played about an hour of it. It's very basic, right? At least the well, I shouldn't say I played an hour. I played up until chapter 1, is what I meant to say. And it's not bad. It's really beautiful. It's a very, very, very nice looking game. If you've seen anything from the game, it's just very beautiful. So, just again, a super quick overview. So, Digimon Survive, again, it's mainly a visual novel with tactical RPG elements. So there is going to be a lot of talking. It's got a lot of those scenarios where you'll be, let's say, in a scene, characters will talk, and then you get to quote unquote explore, right? You move your cursor around and you'll select something, and you can either talk to a person or, let's say, look at something in the background and interact with that. That's usually how the game works. After you talk to a certain amount of people, or after you engage in specific triggers, it'll move the story along, right? Other than that, it does have some combat elements once you get into it. Once the actual story picks up, which takes about 20 to 30 minutes. If you just speed through it, it takes like 5 minutes. By that I mean you're just skipping all the text. But this game does have voice acting. The voice acting is really fucking good. It's all in Japanese. There is no English voice acting, which, I mean, I don't care. But the game's in English, so it doesn't matter. And I went ahead and got this on Steam. Now, before we also continue, there are a few things to note. So, Digimon Survive was originally supposed to come out last year, around, when was it? Was it like July? Yes, it was supposed to come out on July 29th, 2020. Right? No, October 2020 in Europe. But it didn't come out. It got delayed. It got delayed due to COVID. A bunch of shit happened, and then they shifted studios mid-development at some point. This game, I'm surprised it even came out. When I heard this game was announced in 2018, I was super fucking psyched. And then it got delayed and delayed and delayed until it finally came out. Now, apparently some people had issues with the game. I'll address this now if you are also playing this and for some reason encounter this problem. But apparently, one thing that would happen is you would start up the game and it would crash after the first cutscene. I didn't encounter that issue. Apparently the game came out on the 28th. I forgot to go off of Japanese time, so I bought it on the 29th. So today, I bought it at like midnight instead. And I don't know if the game got patched in between then or what happened, but I did not have that issue where the game would crash after the opening cutscene. That's mainly why I bought it last night, to check, test it, and just make sure that when I would stream it right now, we wouldn't encounter this issue. If for whatever reason you do encounter this problem, apparently if you go to your C drive to like program files x86, and then you find Klite, that's K, a hyphen, and then LITE, and it's like this. I'll spell it out here in chat. Uninstall that, and that should prevent the game from freezing. Apparently, there's also a fix for the Steam Deck, which is something very similar. You go to your wherever you have it installed. You'll have Digimon Survive Data, plugins, x86, and then remove the AV Pro video, and then open the game, and it should work again. So you've got that. So those are fixes that should work. If you want to know more about this, or if you want to read it again, if you go to the actual Steam page, on the store page for this game, and you scroll down to like the first review, it's got like the most like awards and shit, and it also covers this. Again, if you just want the game fixed, if you're still encountering this problem for whatever reason, I'm not, so I'm gonna go ahead and continue. The other quick thing to note is, yeah, so since this game was in development hell for who knows how fucking long, I'm surprised it came out. I was really psyched to see a strategy RPG, in Digimon format. It's been ages since I don't think we've ever gotten one. I'm trying to think throughout the entire like Digimon library, and most of the stuff that we've ever gotten were just like regular RPGs, like Digimon World being pet racing simulators. You got Digimon World 2 being things like that's a dungeon crawler. You have Digimon World 3, which is an actual RPG, like just a JRPG. And then Digimon World 4 was like an action hack and slash beat 'em up. I think that one was like a game that was supposed to be something else that got turned into Digimon for some reason. It doesn't matter. But I don't believe we've ever gotten a strategy RPG. Like, I'm even thinking of like Japanese titles. Like not even in the Wonder Swan, I don't think we got anything that was an SRPG. But either way, let's go ahead and hop onto the game. Like I said, it is in Japanese, the voice acting, so most of it's gonna be done for me. I don't have to fucking break my throat like when we were doing Super Robot Wars and I was voice acting every single fucking thing. But let's hop onto it. Let me get this running, and then we'll swap over to it. And let's just make sure. There we go. Alright. So, audio level should be good for the game. I did test it out, like I said, a little bit, just to make sure it wasn't too low. I might crank it up a little. We'll see. But this game does have a wonderful soundtrack. It's got really nice visuals. And honestly, they did their best with what they had. Again, this game was delayed, so I'm not gonna be outrageously critical of it, like I normally am with video games. I mean, again, if you, the fact that this game even came out is great, and I can't complain. But if it does have problems, of course, I'll bring them up. I've seen some people complain about some things that we'll go into once the game actually starts. I'll bring it up when we get to it. But it's very minor, nitpicky stuff. Otherwise, it's just been a general like, oh yeah, no, this game is good. It's got a good story. It's got good combat. Even though it's basic, it's not bad. So, let's go ahead and just quickly check a few things. If we go to settings, again, there's not really much to change. All I did was crank up the voices to max. And I've yet to need to change any of this. And then that should be good to go. Other than that, there is also no difficulty. So it might be too easy for us. I don't know. But that's just because, you know, I play fucking SRPGs a lot. Like Super Robot Wars 30 when that came out, we just fucking streamed the shit out of it. But let's go ahead and start a new game and get onto it. Delete all autosave battle. Yeah. So this is gonna be, again, if you've watched any SRPG, if you've played any SRPG, or if you've watched my streams of Super Robot Wars in any way, shape, or form, this game is basically the exact same thing in almost every way, shape, in the entire structure. Because again, it's an SRPG, it's very simple. This entire section is just gonna be a tutorial. I'm gonna try to skip through most of it because I'll explain things as we go along, but it's very simple. Select your units, choose attack, attack the opponent. And that's basically it. The only unique thing that I've noticed about this game is that if you don't move, you get an option to block. That, and depending on what direction you're attacked from, like in Disgaea, you will either take more damage or take less damage. If they attack you from the front, you'll take less damage. If they attack you from the back or the sides, you'll take more damage. That's it. So we're just gonna like skip through this because it's just a super basic tutorial. So again, so we choose move, choose our character, rotate our camera, and we can move. Right? It's very basic. So put them next to him, and then attack. So we've got attacks that take up SP and attacks that don't take up SP. So these are just your basic attacks and then your specials, right? So I'll also go over it here. If you look there on the bottom right, you will see range and area. So the square in the middle is where you're standing, and then the orange squares around them, that's going to be the actual range of the attack. In this case, this is just a physical attack. It's close range, so it's going to be hitting one square in front of you, right? That's normal. If you're confused as to why it says 2 when it's like 1 square ahead, it counts the center square as square number 1. So then we also have Diamond Storm. This one's got long range, of course. Since it's a tutorial, they're not going to let us use it, but you can see it's got a range of 5, so that's not bad. But this costs SP, MP, however you want to think about it. Anyway, so same thing it's going to tell you, that's the accuracy, so chance to hit, and then since you're attacking from the front, etc. On the top left, you'll see our stats. Top right, you'll see the enemy stats, and then in the middle, you will see a few things. So if we look at the first box, you see how it's got a little box to the face and then an arrow and then a circle. So if I recall, that circle is going to be like neutral when it comes to Digimon type. So in Digimon there are a few types, we'll go over that later on. Just know that, you know, if we were attacking, say, a virus Digimon, then we would be doing more damage because Renamon is a data type Digimon. But besides that, we've got damage, how much damage we're going to be doing, chance to hit, and then counterattack percentage if the opponent's going to counterattack. Right below that, we'll have a crit chance, which is 0. So that's it. And then here's the attack animations. So just very basic. And then end turn counts for that unit. So each unit has their own turn. And then that's it. So we end, and now we can change our direction. Yeah, it's basically Super Robot Wars, but with Digimon. And that's the cool part. So now that we're done with Renamon, it'll move on to Agumon. As you can see there as well on the right, you've got our turn order. You can see Agumon, it says turn 1, and then there's 2 children right below him. By the way, same thing. We can also swap to a free cursor, which will let us view enemy stats, just like in Super Robot Wars, which I'll be comparing this game to that quite a bit. If we press square, we can see the enemy stats. But we've got nothing, because again, we have no idea who this is, but that's fine. We can see its attacks, we can see its equipment, and that's about it. Everything else is kind of the same. We can see this as well with, well, it's going to force me to actually go back, but I can probably, nope. It's going to force me to, no matter what, just follow the tutorial. We can view all this stuff later when we actually get into combat, like 30 minutes in. So, let's move Agumon here. Now that we're behind him, we're going to be doing a lot more damage. So let's go with the Blue Blaster. And attack him. Or Chibi Fire. They'll use, of course, the Japanese names. And there we go. Like, that's it for the tutorial.
お前がいなくなったら俺は。
あなたはどうか無事に帰って。お姉ちゃん、助けなきゃ。でもダメだ、進めない。待ってて、お姉ちゃん。必ず助けるから。おはよう。昨日寝れた？
今朝地震あったよな。マジでビビった。教育史跡ってどの辺でしたっけ？
ちょっと待ってね。こっちに詳しい地図。
おはよ
う。もうびっくりさせないでよ、ミノルくん。
ごめんごめん。朝から元気だな。みゆ、そろそろ起きろよ。おいみゆ、飯が冷めるだろ。あいつまた一人で。
雪？じゃあ取るよ。
おい、邪魔だろ。
ごめんなさい。
ち
わあ、態度悪。そんなんじゃ女子に嫌われるよ。
うっせえな。
続いてニュースです。今朝5時頃、鹿部市で震度3の地震がありました。
これ、ここじゃない？
落石事故が起きており、警察や消防では地域に警戒を促しています。
ここは一体。
群発する地震により土砂災害の危険がありますので、引き続き鹿部市近隣にお住まいの方。
おいおい、見学先の安全性とか大丈夫なのかよ。よしみんな、そろそろ出発の時間だ。
引率の OB の言うことをよく聞くように。
遊びに来たんじゃないんだぞ。時間厳守で行動すること。てれ。たくま？ああ、なんでもない。
ぬくもりは消えず、みとものあらじ、この世界、みたまの子はね、響きけり。
Alright, so like usual, I'm gonna be quiet during cutscenes and stuff like that. There's no need for me to really talk about them. But yeah, Digimon gets fucking brutal. If you've ever actually watched or read Digimon or played any of the games, they're not like, you know, super child friendly. Like, or by that I mean they're not like, I don't know, very childlike. They do cover some serious topics in the sense that usually Digimon are fucking brutal monsters. If you've watched like the pilot to the original Digimon anime, that one's it's such an incredible like OVA. It's like 10 minutes, and Agumon is like the size of like a car. It gets crazy. Either way, in some of these cases I will need to actually read this, so I will be voice acting anything that I'll need to read, but not too dramatically, right? It's not going to be like SRW. Either way. So, this is camp, huh? Yeah, Ghost Stories gets pretty crazy too. It's a pretty good anime. I'm glad that they started going more that route, embracing the monster side instead of it being like, oh, it's all about friendship. It is still about friendship, but also monsters and monsters. I say camp, but we're holed up in an abandoned school in the mountains here. Leave it to us to spend our break going to another school. Not that this school is anything like the one we usually go to.
ようたくま、今日は史跡巡りだっけ？あんま面白くなさそうだよな。
ミノル、まあそう言うなよ。僕も同感だけど。
こら、二人ともそんなこと言ってはダメよ。遊びに来たんじゃないって言われたでしょ。
はーい、葵さんごめんなさい。
もう、またそうやってふざけて。
That knucklehead over there is Minoru, and the girl lecturing him is Aoi. I didn't talk to him much at school. Aoi's cool, she came here from a different school. We got to know each other more here at camp, and that's mostly thanks to Minoru. The three of us ended up doing our extracurricular activities together. So, as you play the game, you will occasionally be asked to make choices. You will have 2 to 4 options to choose from. Use the directional pads and then press X, right? So this is basically like an alignment sort of thing. It's your affinity, right? With characters influences the battle backup they give during combat as well. So basically, this is part of the visual story aspect, where, say, for example, if we talk to Aoi, it'll grow our connection to her. If we talk, I believe this will make Minoru like us more. Let me see if I can check this now. We can. So if we check our profile here real quick, if you look there on the bottom right, you will see that little sphere that says moral, wrathful, or harmony. That's also the quote-unquote alignment system in a way. I'm not 100% sure what this does yet, because again, I didn't get that far, but that's just something to keep in mind. This is one of the things that people did kind of complain about, and you'll see that more when the option actually comes up in like 10 minutes. But I won't spoil what that is. We'll get to that later, but that's just something to note. And then here's the affinity, as you can see, the little heart. So, of course, the people that you talk to, the more you interact with them, the more they like you, the better they perform in combat, so on and so forth. But, like usual, let's ask Aoi about what her plan is.
葵さん、今日ってどういうコースになるんだっけ？まず桜並木だよね。
今日はそれとここ、それにここもかしら。ミノルくんはキャンプの趣旨ちゃんと分かってます？
ああ、この土地に伝わる伝承とか土着信仰とかなんか独自なものがあって面白いんだってね。まあ俺にはそこまで面白くはないけどな。
もうたくまくんだけが頼りよ。ミノルくんの舵を取ってくださいね。
I'm gonna have to like remember to give it like a few extra seconds after I think they're done talking, because that's like me picking up on Japanese is still not super great, but hey.
いや、僕もミノルの保護者ってわけじゃないし。
あ
あ、どうしたんだ？
Looks like Minoru noticed something on his phone.
ほら、まただよ。また落石事故のニュース。
They're all on Facebook.
ああ、
Oh no.
ここのところ連日よね。大丈夫かしら。大きな地震の前触れだと怖いわね。
I wonder why they censor the text for this. You can still kind of make it out, although with Japanese is a lot harder because they have like 50 characters per alphabet. But even still, that's more than likely just says, hey, there's a fucking landslide.
いや、それもだけどさ、ちゃんと見てよ。これ今日見学に行くところの近所だよ。
あら、本当だわ。今日の予定は大丈夫なのかしら。
You can feel the tension in the air around here. Someone must have shared the news.
はーい、皆さん落ち着いて。大丈夫です。大丈夫ですから。何か問題がある際には先生からちゃんと指示がありますから。落ち着いてください。
Shuji is an alumnus of Aoi's school, so he came to help chaperone.
安全確保に関しては先生方や保護者の皆さんでちゃんとやってくれているはずだし、大丈夫だから。本日の目的地の史跡へさあ向かいましょう。
ああ、まだやってるよ。修二さんも真面目すぎるんだよね。
2つも年上の高校生に失礼なこと言わないの。
はーい、葵さん。
ミノルくんは私が上級生ってことも忘れてはいないかしら。
葵さんも俺が下級生ってこと忘れてない？もっとさ、こらーってさ、上級生活吹かせて叱ったりしてみようぜ。
そんなの私にできるわけがないでしょ。さあ、私たちも行きましょうね。たくまくんも。
Yeah, Aoi doesn't sound like the get after you like type.
そうだな。行こうぜ、たくま。
Oh wow, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Everyone stops on the way to the landmark to take in the flowers.
いやー、春って感じだよね。
本当ね。自然が豊かな場所だからかしら。なおさら綺麗に見えるわ。
Okay, so we get another option. It doesn't really matter, like, again, what we say. This is what's going to influence the meter that I mentioned a bit ago. This, there on the bottom right. So, we'll just go with, I don't know, we should hurry on ahead.
綺麗な景色だけどずっと見てるわけにもいかないよな。みんなに遅れないように急ごう。
ちょっとくらい見てても平気だって。
And smelling the cherry blossoms? Okay.
あんなとこにサキとリョウがいるぜ。
先に史跡へ向かっていたのね。
The guy shooting daggers at everyone is Ryo, an older kid from another school. The girl who's all smiles there is Saki. Her looks are famous in the grade below ours. They must be here to enjoy the cherry blossoms too. Then again, I could be wrong in Ryo's case.
わあ、綺麗。満開だね。満開の桜を前にして舌打ちって人としてどうかしてるって。まったくこんなにもうららかな校外学習日和だってのにさ。
そんな日和聞いたことねえよ。
I thought as much. We're not in any real rush, so we might as well look around here some more. Alright, and then here's the actual exploration, quote-unquote, part of the game. So what you'll have is you'll have a cursor, and you can move it around. They want me to do it, what, here? Yeah, there we go. And you can switch using the shoulder buttons. And then just interact with someone, and then that's it. So if you look at Saki, for example, she's got the exclamation mark. She's important to talk to. Everyone else who doesn't, isn't. But if we talk to her, we'll basically continue with the story. So what I'll be doing with all these, of course, is check everything but this first, and then we'll continue. So let's start with Aoi. And these sections are not going to be voice acted, basically, but everything else that is important will. So, the flowers are certainly beautiful in full bloom. Yeah, that and the weather makes you want to sit down and take a load off for a while. Now that won't do. We do have to stick to our designated course. Aye aye, ma'am. Hey, Takuma. Do you know that the leaves of cherry blossoms are poisonous? That's why you never see any weeds growing underneath them. Huh, is that right? Wait, don't people eat those sometimes? Well, sure, they're fine if you pickle them first. Huh, you sure know some weird things, man. So one thing that I did mention at the very beginning of the stream is this. The art style in this game is fucking incredible. I really do love what they've done with the game, art style wise, or stylistically speaking. Not only that, if you look at the background, some parts will be animated. Despite the game being a 2D visual novel with SRPG elements when we get to the 3D stuff, they do really cool things with these effects, with these backgrounds, with these characters, and you'll see as we go on, they don't skimp out on this. Again, it's not like other RPGs that have, say, a 2D element, and then they switch to 3D, and then it looks really wonky, or let's say the character, let's say Minoru is like tilted 45 degrees to the left, and then to the right. You know, they don't do shit like that. It's really cool. Whatever is 3D is obvious, like in the background, like the stream, I guess, to an extent, is... well, it's not 3D, it's more like layered and then slowly moving. But either way, let's go and look at the stream, now that we're at it. If I listen closely, I can hear the sound of a babbling brook. You never hear something like that in the city. It's sort of comforting. So speaking of stream, right? Cherry trees lining the path are all in full bloom, with gorgeous petals fluttering down. I just love to sit here and gaze at them for a while. Okay, now campers. I'm so tired. This camp is weak. God, I just remembered. I don't like the writing for these two characters. It might seem dumb, and again, this is me nitpicking, but no girl born in the year 2007 or 8 would use the term weak sauce. Ever. Because I think we play as middle schoolers, like we're all in middle school. They're all like 13, 14, or 15 years old, I think. So, like even saying a girl born in 2007, 2007 or 8, they would not use these words. There is no single Japanese girl that is in middle school right now that would ever say weak sauce. Oh well, at least get a few bars out here. We can kill a little time with that. For real? I can't even get signal in the school building. Man, what a hunk of junk you're lugging around. I believe sometimes they'll have extra text. Hey, don't you think that Shuji's kind of a pain in the ass? Man, tell me about it. He thinks he can order us around just because he's a little older? Like, back off, dude. Yes, that! Looks like I'm a bit ahead of the others. And I don't think we can talk to you again. We'll check. Yeah, that's it. Because again, some things will have more interactions besides, well, the initial, right? Anyways. Jeez, what crawled up your backside and died? Search me. Let me guess. Shuji and the teacher gave you flack for your cheerful disposition. You don't know what you're talking about. Sure, whatever you say. Come on. It's time to go. Alright already. And then we can talk to Ryo. I'm gonna check with Aoi again real quick. Just making sure that it didn't trigger something new. Hey Reno. How you doing? I've been doing well, man. Just been super fucking busy. Hopefully you've been well, as well. And anyway, how long do you plan on following me around? What do you expect? Who knows what you'll do if I take my eyes off of you, Ryo? So you're my supervisor now? Clearly you're not the type to be left to your own devices. Ugh, just shut up. Now, is that any way to talk to a cute girl like me? So, Saki's headed for the landmark, chasing Ryo as he continues belly aching. Actually, I just remembered why, besides being busy with, like, work, one of the main reasons why I haven't been streaming is just because it's so fucking hot. Like, even in my room, like, I've got blackout curtains, and the sun is, like, you know, it's gonna set in a few hours, but it's like, shining barely through my window, but you can still feel the heat. Like, I'm touching one of my walls that's, like, covered by the shade of, like, my curtains, and it's still, like, warm. mind you, like my apartment is always set to like 20 degrees, like Celsius, or like 69, 72, like that range in Fahrenheit. And it's like I'm sweating and it sucks. Like I've got my fan on too in the background, so hopefully you can't hear it. But that's one of the main reasons why I haven't been streaming during the day. Otherwise I would stream a lot more often, but I'll try to power through it because fall is technically coming, even though either way. We'll continue. Those two get along way better than I figured they would. More like Saki can get along with anyone. Yeah, that Ryo's a real pain too. She must be some kind of saint. Now, is that any way to speak about him? All of us need to work together. I never heard anything come out of his mouth that wasn't a complaint about something. Kind of relate, to be honest. It's like looking at how he used to be. Kind of embarrassing. You sure he's older? Your past self? Is that something a middle schooler is supposed to say? Then again, I suppose an adolescent boy would say such things. Saki's the exact opposite. The way she comes at you head-on makes her seem more grown up. We only just met here at camp, but she acted like we were all best buds from square one. I think you resemble her in that regard, Minoru. Yeah, he's the one who broke the ice with us after all. Indeed, head-on, as you would say. Jeez, knock it off with the compliments. My ego can only take so much. That wasn't a compliment. Alright, and then Aoi. Ma'am, is it? Finally, some good manners. Oh, sure. That's what I was going for. Man, I wish you'd back off a bit, you know? Read the room a little, so to speak. I suppose it depends on how you look at it. She can be outspoken at times, to be sure. But she's also cheerful, cute, and quite amicable. The sort of honesty you sense from her, I quite like it. Whoa, where did all that come from? She just seems a bit radiant, don't you think? I see. Still, she goes a bit overboard. Big sister like me has to look out for her. That's pretty cool right now. Congrats on getting, like, some actual new hardware. And Fire Emblem 3.
葵さん知ってる？桜の木の下にはね、死体が。
そういう話は今はいいから。それより私たちもそろそろ史跡の方へ向かいましょう。
みんなが向かった方はなんか参道じゃない？大変そうだな。
I don't remember if that's 100% accurate. I'm pretty sure. I do think cherry blossoms. Again, if I recall, they do, or at least the myth is that they do like consume bodies, like actual corpses of animals and stuff. And that's why their leaves are pink. I really doubt it. They're like really pale white leaves with some pink hue to them. In some cases. But I've heard that as well. Like, oh yeah, underneath each cherry blossom tree, there's like a corpse. But I don't remember if that. I don't think that's true. But I remember something about them needing a specific type of like soil to grow, and if they don't, they fucking die. Yeah, this is out on Switch, PS4, and Steam. So I'm playing the Steam version. The retail version, though, apparently undersold, or not undersold, oversold. A friend of mine had his pre-order like canceled because Amazon like sold way too much for the PS4 and the Switch, so he had both like canceled. Unfortunately, they basically tell them, hey, we don't have any more copies to sell, but that's a good thing in a way that the game is actually selling this well. I know a lot of people really wanted this game to come out, and me, of course, being one of them. It was a normal conversation on a normal day with my friends. Well, normal other than the camping part. At least, that's what I thought. Okay, so I will say this is still going to take quite a bit before we actually get into the combat. So I'm going to try to speed it up a tiny bit. So, we cleared the tree-lined path and when we headed up the trail...
あれ、あんなところに。
え、なんでパトカーが？
パトカ
参ったな。どうやらここから先は封鎖されているようだ。
ああ、ほんとだ。立ち入り禁止のテープも貼ってあるわ。
もしかしてミノルが言ってた落石事故とかと関係あるのかな。
だったらやっぱ心配してた通りじゃん。何が大丈夫ですからだよ。なあ、たくま。
困ったわね。史跡まで行くにはここを通らないと。
何の史跡だっけ？
だからどうしてミノルくんは予習してないの？ほら、獣神にまつわる祭事の跡地の。
その獣神ってのが俺にはピンとこねえんだけどな。
仕方がないわ。ここはひとまず引き返すしかないのかしら。
引き返す前に何があったのか、あそこで話を聞いてみようぜ。
Let's see what the people gathered in front of the police car have to say. So, maybe I should ask the police officer what's going on here. And as usual, we've got our scene, right? So let's start from this side. So, the letters are so faded I can't make out what the sign is supposed to say. It must be really old. And then we have the campers again. Hold up, what? You saying that was an accident? Dang, man, I had never seen something like this before. What do you think? Should we just bust on in there, grab a video for some views? Whoa, hold up, man. They'll get pissed at us for sure. What's his face? Shuji? Said he'd go and ask the teacher about it, you know? I don't know if they say something else. I think they did. Man, how long are they gonna make us wait here anyway? I got things to do, people. Man, enough with this. I'm out. Word? Yo? Then I'll head back too. Cares about some old stones or whatever. Ain't that the truth? Okay, and then that's it for them. They're gonna, like, loop. Think there was an accident or something? Let's ask around. The tape says keep out. Who knows what's going on past here? Well, we kind of know what happened at the beginning. Feels kind of surreal to me. Maybe I've watched too many crime shows. So many people. What could have happened? Seeing it with my own eyes, it's more impressive than I'd imagined. Pretty cool. It's not like I want to become a cop, but I'd like to try riding in one sometime. Oh, dearie me, I can't tend to my fields if I can't get through. A landslide, how frightful. Nothing but strange things happening around these parts. You got that right. This keeps up, all the old-timers are gonna blame it on the monsters. Now, don't say such things in front of the children. Okay, I believe that's it. Excuse me, did something happen here? There was a landslide up ahead around dawn, so the road's been sealed off. Oh, must be the one we read about online earlier. And now we talk with... Oh dear, we can't proceed with things like this. Yeesh, so much for exploring the great outdoors. Guess camp is cancelled. I don't know about all that. Still, perhaps I should turn back for now. A landslide for reals? Man. I think the guys that went ahead are okay. No childish jibes? I suppose you wouldn't be so callous as to make a joke at a time like this. Of course, even I wouldn't watch my mouth. Sometimes. Maybe. Let me talk to the cop again. The area ahead is off limits. Okay. Seems we can't get through here. What's the plan? Should we head back for now? No way! Don't talk out of your ass or you'll regret it. Huh? I can hear someone kicking up a fuzz. Or fuss.
あれ、あんなところに亮とサキだぜ。先に行ったと思ったら、あんなところで寄り道してたのか。
それより、あの女の子は誰かしら？よいか？よろしいかな？ の落石事故は獣神様のたたりなのじゃたたりって今時？
くだらね
そう無遠慮で態度の悪いよそ者たちが来て山を荒らし獣神様はお怒りじゃ。この神聖なる山は獣神様を祀った社のある獣聖域。おいそれと足を踏み入れてよい場所ではありませんのじゃ
何が獣聖域だよ、バカバカしい。大方わけのわかんねえ石とか木彫りの熊みてえなの拝んでるだけだろ。田舎もんな。
りょうったらちっちゃい女の子には強気に出ちゃって
Rio's such a fucking cunt. Holy shit, dude.
田舎もんって失礼だな。この辺りにはねちゃんと立派なお社があるの。新しく建てられたまがいものじゃなくて地元の人しか知らない由緒ある本物の神社がね。神社って普通は古事記に載ってるような神様が祀ってあるんじゃないの？それかお稲荷様とかそんなのかな。違う違う、地元の人しか知らないような不思議な獣の神様なの。うちもさこっち来てから初めて知ったんだよ。見たこともないような神様でさ。
んなもん本当にあるのか？
ありますありますとも。ねえあなたのお名前は？みゆ。お姉ちゃんは？私はさっき。それでこっちの態度悪いのがりょう。
They should have said dude with the toot instead.
ねえねえみゆちゃん、その地元の人しか知らない神社案内してくれるかな？そりゃいいけど。
なんだ物好きだな。そんなもんあるわけねえだろ。
あるって。だってほら見学の予定なくなっちゃったし暇だしさ。戻ってもどうせ穴埋めの教材学習でしょ。りょうだってあれ苦手じゃない。りょうもさついでに見に行かない？
くったらねえな。
くだらなくなんてない
そうかいそうかい。おいガキ。
みゆ。
だったらそこ案内しなよ。嘘だったら承知しねえぞ。
史跡の代わりの校外学習になるわけもないでしょうに、さきさんたら。
いや、そういう殊勝な目的じゃないと思いますよ。
だいたい何の神社かもわからないのよ。勝手に言っていいわけないわ。
わからないの？
少なくとも地図には載ってないわね。本当に地元の人しか知らない神社なのか、それともあの子の作り話なのか。
なあタクマ、どうする
You know what? It sounds fun. Let's go.
面白そうだな。サキたちについていっていいかな？
そうそう、俺もそう思ってた。おーい、そこの女の子。
うっぜえのが来やがって。
獣神様の神社？面白そうだね。俺たちもついてっていい？いいよ。
人数多い方が楽しいし。
ありがとう。よろしくね。
こちらこそよろしく。
つうか何こっちの話立ち聞きしてんだよ。
God, I fucking hate Ray a lot. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be the whole, I'll change into like a nice character as the story develops. But they really make you hate this guy as he just complains so fucking much.
お前らは仲良しグループで真面目に課外学習をやってろよ。さあ、行くぞミユ。
まあまあ、そう言わないで。もう、りょうったらめんどくさい性格してんだから。ごめんね、ミノル、タクマ、アオイちゃん。ねえ、待ってよりょう。
ああ、行っちゃった。
とにかく僕たちは次にどこに行けばいいか誰かの指示があるまで待とう。それかこのまま校舎まで引き返すか。
それはそれで面倒なんだけどな。
それよりも何があるかわからないし、やっぱりサキさんたちを追いかけないと。
そうだね。あと
Nope. Skipped it again by accident. Pursuing Saki Ryo and that little kid Mew, we ended up at a tunnel. Not a soul to be seen around us, and no other paths. Did they head through here?
なんだか暗くて薄気味悪いトンネルだな。
ああ、それになんだかここだけ気温が低いような。背筋が震えるっていうか。
One quick thing I'll mention before I forget, and it's mainly about the art style, which again I really do like. Most anime studios, or even like games that would have sort of like an anime style, would choose to give everything a dark black outline for everything, be it the hair, the skin, whatever, right? What I really love about this art style, and I hope more companies do this in the future, even with anime, is they don't do that. If you look carefully just at the portraits, at the backgrounds, at everything, the clothing, hair, whatever, they use an actual complementary color for each bit of, well, whatever you're looking at. So if you look at the hair, you know, there's a light brown, a very light brown, then you have normal light brown, a darker brown, and then the outline of the hair is a super dark brown. And that complements it really well. Same with the skin, the eyelids, the eyebrows. If you look at the jacket, the zipper, the lines on, there's like very like tiny orange like lines around the collar, for example. All that looks really fucking nice. This would look probably a lot worse if they had black outlines for everything, if I'm honest. They would stand out too much, and they would not necessarily blend in with the background, but you know, they would stand out a lot, which is kind of bad in my opinion. But they do it so well here. They handle that really well, and that happens with the Digimon, that happens with the portraits, with the backgrounds. If you look carefully, it's so well done. This game is so fucking beautiful, despite it being just a simple visual novel strategy RPG.
ちょっと変なこと言うのはやめて。
So hopefully you'll notice it more now with just now that I pointed it out with the characters. Like just put a pair, like keep a close eye on them.
やめてってば。そんなことより二人を探さないとでしょ。サキさんたちいないわね。もっと先に行ったのかしら。
おーい。
あ、誰か来たぞ。
ほら、修二さん。
ダメじゃないか。みんなとはぐれてしまっては土砂崩れで研修先に行けないトラブルがあったのに。
すんません。でもサキとリョウがこの先に行ったみたいで。
まったく、リョウくんも年長者としての自覚を持ってほしいものだ。名簿にサキくんたちの電話番号があったはずだから、とりあえずかけてみるか。
にしてもさ、あの女の子が言ってた獣神ってどんなんだろうな。
さあ、多分何かの動物なんだろうけど。
もうミノルくんたら今日行く予定だった史跡の説明聞いてなかったの？この地方に伝わる獣の姿をした神様だって教えてもらったじゃない。あの子は他では見たことないって言っていたから、きっとこの土地の珍しい動物なんじゃないかしら。
それが神様になってたたりを起こしてんの？ 嘘だ。そんなのあるわけないじゃん。
Can you imagine we keep going, we find the shrine, and like the legendary beast, like beast gods are like Pokemon?
昔の人はわからないことを
Of all
神様の
things,
せいにしたのよ。
this game was actually
それで
Pokemon in
その獲物をした
disguise.
りしてたたりを沈めようとしたの。
God, no, Pokemon would never be this
き
cool.
っとその神社も今はほとんど人が来なくなっちゃって、地元のほんの一部の人だけが参拝に来るくらいなのよ。
ま、そんなもんだよな。
ダメだ。サキくんだけでなくりょうくんにも繋がらない。電波が届かないようだ。
そっか。こんな山ん中じゃ電波も届いてるか怪しいですもんね。
True?
君たち確かにこっちの方向にりょうくんたちが行ったんだよね。
それははい間違いないですけど。
この辺にはあいつらはいないようだな。
地図に載ってないからどこを探していいかわからないわ。
仕方ない。とりあえずりょうくん、さきくんたちを拾って早く学校に戻ろう。このトンネルの先だね。よし行こう。
Okay, so I should talk with the others about what to do next to search for Saki and the others. So, all of them, of course, are important to talk to. Let's check out the tunnel first. It's dark inside the tunnel, I can't see a thing. It looks pretty old, and I'm a little scared to go inside. Alright, Minoru, what's up? Boy, just when I thought I was gonna die of boredom, things are getting interesting. Are you gonna join in the search? Who cares about that? This tunnel? A lost shrine? I smell adventure, don't you? I think I see what you mean. Right? Might as well look for some ruins while we look for these for those jokers. Ruins? I think the joke might be on you. Are we really gonna go through this tunnel? I don't see any other way. It's our only option, right? Well, yes, but you're not afraid of the dark, are you, Aoi? Just a bit. Creeps me out just a little bit. Hey, why are we talking about this? We have to bring Saki and the others back right away. You know, you could have stopped them from going in the first place. Well, we kinda tried. They weren't in any mood to listen, so... I see. Well, nothing to be done about it. I'll persuade them next time. No worries.
じゃあ一緒にりょうくんとさきくんを連れ戻そう。
って言ってもどっちに行けばいいのか。
なあ、誰か近づいてきたぜ。
すまないが、そこの君たち確かキャンプ。俺はここら辺に住んでるもので、今妹を探しているんだが。
妹さんを？
ああ、あいついつもフラフラと勝手に出歩く癖があってな。妹はなんていうか小動物っぽいやつだ。人見知りで気弱な感じで守ってあげたいような。
そんな女の子見なかったな。
サキたちと一緒にいたミュってことはイメージがだいぶ違うしな。ミュ？今ミュって言ったか？おう、言ったけど。
みゆちゃんってあの子よね。猫耳みたいな帽子をかぶった小学生くらいの。
ああ、そうだ。あったのか。
俺たちが見た子はもっと頭のおかしい子だったよな。
ちょっとミノルくん、失礼よ。
いやでもあれを人見知りとか守ってあげたいとかは違うだろ
う。お前らの評価なんてどうでもいい。それでミュはどこに行ったんだ？
ごめんなさい。実は私たちも人を探している途中なの。
俺たちと一緒にキャンプに来てるやつとさっき神社に向かってってさ。それで俺たちはそいつらを連れ帰りに向かうところなんだ。
そうか。またあいつが勝手にあそこには入っちゃいけないって言われてたのに。俺はカイト。よかったら君たちと同行させてくれないか。
目的は一緒のようだしな。いいぜ。それに神社の場所、実は俺たちよく知らないんだ。
ああ、だったら俺が道案内しよう。ここで生まれ育ったわけじゃないにせよ、もう何年か住んでるからな。その神社の場所なら知っている。任せてくれ。
俺はミノル。そんでこっちがタクマで、こっちが葵さん。
僕は引率の修二。よろしく頼むよ、カイトくん。
By the looks of him, I thought Kaito was an adult, but he's the same age as me. I'm relieved, though. Looks like we can count on him. We'll get there in no time.
なあ、みんな。今って春だよな。
決まってるだろ。今が春じゃなきゃいつが春だって言うんだよ。
ならさ、北国でもないこの場所で春先に雪が降るものなのか
な。何を言って。え？
本当だわ。雪。
季節外れのなんて言うにはちょっと外れすぎだと思うんだよな。
I would fucking kill for it to be like snowing right now.
確かに。
Oh, that would be so good.
こっちじゃ先週も降ってたな。地元じゃ異常気象だって話してた。
最近あちこちでそんなニュースを見かけるよな。おい、なんかすげえ吹雪いてきたんだけど。
寒い。
このままここにいては危険だな。僕が見てくるから、みんなは先に帰ってもらえないか。
それよりすぐそこのトンネルに入りませんか。これじゃ校舎へ帰り着く前にどうにかなっちゃうかも。
確かにそうね。室内じゃないけどこんな場所よりはずっとマシだと思います。
それもそうだな。よし、みんなとりあえずトンネルに避難しよう。
I mean, it does kind of make sense, but you have to remember that tunnels are like long tubes. So if it's snowing on the other side, we're probably gonna feel it.
さきたちこんなとこ通って行ったのか。
Now, also, this is what I was referring to again some time ago about them making the best with what they have. The effects that we'll have here in the tunnel, not necessarily the lighting, excluding that, but you'll see what I mean as, you know, as we move through the tunnel. It's very cool. A lot of other game companies would probably get a little lazy with some of the stuff, some of the movements, some of the actual handling of the floor and walls and shit. But here it's done really well, and you'll see what I mean in a bit. But just pay attention to the surrounding area. Well, she is probably shaking.
葵さん、大丈夫？顔色が悪いみたいだけど。
ええ、大丈夫。雪のせいかしら。ここ外よりも寒いくらい。
Well, there's what I mentioned a bit ago about the air being fucking funneled through this tunnel.
ミュウのやつが一緒だったなら気にせず進んだろうな。あいつは慣れてるから。
暗くて足元も悪いから慎重に進もう。
本当に真っ暗だな。ほとんど前が見えないよ。
でもこういうのなんか探検みたいでワクワクしてこない？
ほら、遊びじゃないんだぞ。でも確かにこれじゃ危ないな。そうだ、カメラのライトを使えば。
うわ、怖え。
もうやめてよ、ミノルくん。
いきなり大声出すなよ。こっちまで驚いたじゃないか。
ごめん。でもこんなの見たらさ。
ところにどうして？
もしかしたらここは神聖な場所として祀られているのかもしれない。そういえばさっきあそこには入っちゃいけないって言われてたと言っていたね。
おう、この村じゃたたりがあるとかって子供たちが遊び半分で入らないように強く言い聞かされてるのさ。
何？トンネルの入り口から風が。
うわ、やばいな。外はだいぶ吹雪いてきたみたいだ。
3人も危ないんじゃないか。急いで神社に行って連れ戻さなきゃ。
そうだね、急ごう。
Huh? Snowfall is slowing down?
あれ、吹雪は？
そんなに長いトンネルじゃないのに、どういう
ラッキー、すっかり呼んでるじゃん。
というより、トンネルのこちら側は全然降ってなかったって様子よね。
それにこの花、なんかすごくない？森一面真っ赤だ。なんだっけ、図鑑で見たことある気が。
これって彼岸花よね、確か。
そうだそうだ、それだ。でも彼岸花って確か春じゃなくて。
そう、秋に咲く花。
Huh.
一体どういうこと？
Should we check out this area a little more before heading out to the shrine? So, this is kind of what I meant by the game taking a little bit to start. Because again, we're going to be doing this for a little bit. But then we actually get into the SRPG portion. But we're going to be just exploring around a little bit, talking to everyone, continuing, and so on and so forth. Because again, this is mainly a visual novel with some SRPG elements. Again, it's a lot like Super Robot Wars to an extent. You'll see what I mean. Either way. A suspicious looking forest. I should look around or maybe talk with the others. So, let's start with, well, I guess Shuji. Abnormal weather occurs in this area. Maybe it was a localized snowstorm? First I've heard of something like that. That blizzard was no joke. Then there were the red spider lilies, which only bloom in the fall. I'm telling you, man, spring's in the air. What the heck is this? Or what the heck is this? This area, I have a bad feeling about it. Something's not right. Not right how? I'm sorry, I can't quite put it into words. Take the flowers, they should be pretty, but they give me the creeps more than anything. What's this? There's a bunch of stuff floating in the air. You think it's those whatchamacallits, spores? Never heard of red spider lilies doing something like this. These things aren't bad for us, are they? Flowers like these can be found anywhere. I mean, they look pretty normal.
Oi, 急ごう。すぐにここも雪が降ってくるはずだ。とにかく神社へ行こ
う。うん、そうだね。案内をよろしく頼むよ。
この辺りにサキたちはいないようだな。神社はこの奥か。
Shrine must be just ahead. We should head toward it now. This is... I just said people never come here, but it's breathtaking. It's also kind of eerie.
こんな森の中に神社なんてさ、参拝客とかって来るのかな。
まさか。むしろ絶対に近づくなって強く言われてるぜ。
おかしいわね。サキさんたちの姿どこにもないわ。
さっき人影は見えたんだけどな。どこ行ったんだろ
う。ちょっとこの辺りみんなで探してみようか。
Should I look around here? And alright, so now we've got just an old shrine.
見た目は普通の神社っぽいけど。
なんかすごい雰囲気のある神社だな。変な模様があちこちにあるぜ。
Minoru's snapping tons of photos in his phone. Huh. Didn't know he was into that.
やっぱあれだぜ。きっとおっかねえ邪神像でも中に祀ってあるんだぜ。
邪神かどうかはわからないけど、何か祀ってあるのは普通じゃないわね。
なんだろう、動物？鳥？それか爬虫類？
ちょっと判別がつかないけど、いろんな動物の模様があちこちに見えるわ。
おお、なんだこれ、狛犬？いや、犬か？確かに見たことねえもんばっかだ。すげえ。
Oh no.
ほらミノルくん、今は写真なんか撮っている場合じゃないだろ。
でもさ。
Shuji's right. You have to look for Saki and the others. Still, this place is so weird. I'm not surprised Minoru wanted a few mementos. Nah, let him have his fun. Why not?
いや、写真を撮ることも必要かもしれない。
どういうこと？
撮影しながら周りを見ていれば何かに気づくかもだし、見落としたものがあったら見返すことができるだろ。
なるほど。そういうことなら、まあ。
This guy is like kind of like a pushover to an extent. I really don't like Shuji, at least to like, you know, up until chapter 1, which is how far I played, to test this out. I don't like Shuji's writing. He's like very, I don't know, at least the way they wrote him, you know, making him, if you read his text, it's in all caps at some points. Like, he's supposed to be, of course, the authority figure, right? He's supposed to be a chaperone. He's supposed to technically look after the fucking middle schoolers, right? But anytime you present logic to him, he's like, well, yeah, I guess you're right. Like, come on.
ほら。
But that's just minor nitpicking.
早く見つけてやんねえと。
ああ、ごめん。それじゃあ行こう。
Like, that's just mainly what his character is supposed to be, which is fine, right? Like, he's supposed to be that.
すごいな。本当に獣を祀った神社なんてあるんだ。
変わったご神体なんてそりゃ日本中にあるけどさ。タコを祀ったのとか、曲がった巨木とか。あと割とポピュラーなので、エッチな形のを祀ったやつとかさ。
Oh god.
そういう話はやめないか。女の子もいるんだぞ。
Jeez, Shuji, what a fucking virgin. My god.
ミノルくんってば。それにしてもここって今回の課外学習の伝承にまつわる場所なのかしら。
伝承？さあどうだろうな。さっき話した通り、ここには足を踏み入れるなって言われてるし、ただ地元ではここじゃ神隠しが起きるなんて話もあるぜ。
そうなの？怖い話ね。
なんだ今の音。聞いたことのない音だったぞ。
風で木か何かがきしんだ音だろ。そんなことより早く探すぞ。
Yeah, okay. It's the wind or the trees. You're telling me that the sound of an electric guitar is like the trees creaking.
みんなあまり離れないように。
The blizzard might not be the only thing we have to worry about. Let's look for clues. Exploration. Alright, so we can actually explore now. So when I first saw this, I thought this fucking map looked really cool. It looks a lot like, it is 3D, but it looks a lot like a PlayStation 1 like pre-rendered background. If you look at the rocks there on the left, the kind of grayish white rocks, like those look like they're straight out of a PS1. If you look at the shrine and the gate, it all looks like it's from, you know, a PS1. It looks like something out of Digimon World or Digimon World 3. It's really fucking cool. I love that about this game. Even though it is technically very minor or, you know, minimally detailed like 3D models, it looks really good. It looks just a lot like a PS1 game, and I don't know if that's on purpose, and if it wasn't on purpose, or if they weren't making a callback to that, then yeah, technically this is garbage. But it looks really fucking cool to me. Anyway, so you basically just get to explore, right? You'll have areas unlocked, you'll go between them, and then you'll have the sections that we just like discussed, where we'll have like characters to talk to, and then we can go back and forth between them and explore, and that's about it. So we can either go here and continue, because it's got the exclamation mark right there next to the person icon on the left, or we can go back here to the shrine and then not actually progress the story. So let's do that and get some more world building. So yeah, so we explore, we can open up our clues, and travel with the map. And that's it. It's the same thing that we've been doing. I should talk with Minoru and Shuji about what to do next. So what else do we have? We've got the Shrine Gate, Shuji, Minoru, and then the old shrine itself, which I believe this is still the same. A shrine built in the middle of a spooky forest really makes you want to stay away. Guess that's what you call solemn? I haven't seen such a big, impressive gate anywhere else. They say such gates connect the worlds of gods and men. But gods could be here. Alright, Shuji, what's up? Don't spread out too far, everyone. Stay where I can see you. Shuji's doing his best to keep us all together. Still. Get back here, Minoru. Listen to what I say. Sir, yes, sir. I do apologize your blustership. Alright, Minoru. What are you doing? Minoru's lost in his historical photo op. Better not interfere. Okay, so that's it for this area. So now if we open up the map, and we go back down, check out the other area. Hey, there's Kaito. Has he found anything? What else do we have? Just Kaito and Aoi? Nothing else. Been pale for a while now, Aoi. What are you holding up? Well, if I'm honest, it's taking all I've got to deal with this place. Shouldn't push yourself if you're scared, okay? Thank you, but our friends might be facing something even scarier, you know? Saki, Ryo, where are you? Hey, Miu, where are you? Oh, Takaba, have those guys found anything over there? Nothing yet. You found Miu? Nope. Jeez, where the hell is she? Saki and Ryo are with her for sure. Here, I'll join the search. That'd be great help. Thanks. Alright, and that's it. So now we go back up to the shrine. I should check in with the others. Alright, so Shuji will have something new. This is what I mean by everyone doing what they want. Saki and Ryo are no different. That's what causes trouble like this. We have rules for a reason, people. No one wander off on their own. Got it? Damn it, Mew. Where have you gone? Kaito's upset. It's understandable. His family is still missing. True. Let's check up with Aoi. Saki, Ryo. Aoi's doing her best to scour the area. We should leave her to it. Huh? What? What's in this picture? Yo, Takuma, you should take some pics around here too. Me? But why? My phone's picking up some weird stuff. Might be broken. Let's check yours. You sure your finger is in the shot? It ain't my finger. Something's like all fuzzy in my picks. Go on, take some. Doesn't sound like he's messing around. Guess I'll take a few test shots. Alright, and this is the part of the game where we go from Digimon to Fatal Frame. So, just like with Fatal Frame 4, we're going to be using our cell phone. I'm kidding, I don't remember Fatal Frame 4 actually uses a cell phone. But either way, so now we get a camera, move around, and then if you find a distortion or something, you press X or A or the equivalent to take a picture of it. What the heck? Huh? Nothing's here. The camera definitely picked up something. Hmm? What's this? What is it, Minato? Hey, you guys. There's a weird thingy over here. Weird thingy? Who knows what that could mean? But hey, don't just go off on your own. Fine. We'll all go together.
すごい。これは遺跡？随分と古いもののようだ。
なあ、これが何か知ってる？
いや、こんなものがあるなんて聞いたこともない。神社のすぐ裏だし、いくら禁足地とはいえ、誰かから話の一つでも聞いていてもおかしくない。おかしくないはずだが。ミュウのやつ、もしかしてこの中に入ったのか？
いくらなんでもこんなところに女の子が入ったりは。
いや、あいつのことだ。きっとこの中に入ったんだろう。
それに先だって入っちゃいそうじゃない？面白そうとか言って。
確かに。
ミュウ。
あ、だから勝手なことは。
Let's split up to look. Just like Scooby-Doo. Yeah, it is mainly a visual novel with strategy RPG elements. Like I said, we'll get onto the SRPG portion in a little bit. But let's go after Kaito.
待てカイト、一人で行くな。
もたもたしてられっか。ミュウに何かあったらどうすんだ。
True.
しょうがない。僕らも行こう。
おーい、サキりょう。
いたら返事をして。
If you want an example of a more recent RPG with Digimon on it, it would be the Cyber Sleuth series, which should be on like every console right now, even on Steam. And that's for sure is a pretty good game too. If you just want like traditional RPG shit.
ああ、いたいた。あ、
急いで行くから心配したわ。
ああ、すまない。
あれは。壁一面に絵が。これはすごいな。
ああ、すげえな。なんつうか圧倒されちまうな。
I get you. I mean, Digimon really isn't for everyone. But it's if you do get into them, the games are a lot of fucking fun.
なんというか、とても神聖な感じがするわ。
Maybe it wasn't the danger or retribution that caused people to close off this area. They might have been trying to protect the sacred place.
おい、そんなにあっけに取られてるんじゃねえよ。俺らの目的は違うだろう。
Ironically enough, like one of the first streams I ever did was Digimon Cyber Sleuth, but I put it on hiatus because it was like having bitrate issues way back when, but I should start that up again at some point. Like we actually should get through that.
ああ、そうだったそうだった。ごめんな、つい。
But the games are pretty long, so I don't want to like do like long games back to back. All right, so what should we focus on? We should try to find the others though. Yeah, we have to look for Saki and the others. And the others.
サキー、
りょうく
ミュウ、どこだ？
Huh? I hear footsteps by the entrance. Could it be the others? The others?
ん？君たちは。
あ、どうも。はじめまして。
誰？
そう。
Who's that?
君たち、ここは入ったらダメな場所だぞ。何をしているんだ？
あ、僕たちは。
そういうあんたこそこんなとこで何してんだ？
ん？ああ、心配しないでくれ。怪しいものじゃない。私はこの地域に伝わる獣神信仰を研究しているものだ。この祠は獣神信仰にゆかりのある場所でね、許可を得て調査をしていたところだったんだよ。
研究調査？もしかして学者さんですか？
ああ、専攻は日本古代史で、この近くの大学で日本史学研究の教鞭を取らせてもらっている。
じゃあ教授さんなんですか？
私なぞ学会では異端視されていてね。いや、君たちにこぼすような話でもないか。
So, this place is valuable enough to be worth researching, huh?
それで君たちはこんなところに何をしに来たんだい？
ああ、それなんですが。
俺は他んとこ探してくるわ。
あ、こら！修二さん。とりあえず好きにやらせときましょう。
I get why Kaito's feeling restless, but I'm really curious about this place. No idea Saki and the others came here, but let's look around for some clues. The shrine is pretty weird. Maybe I should talk to the professor or inspect the mural? So we'll inspect it in a moment, but if we look really closely here, because it's not going to show us everything, you might be able to recognize some of the like entities, I guess, here, or some of the creatures. If you're a Digimon fan, you know who this dude is, of course. Then on this side, we also have like Seadramon right there. We have Metamon right there. We've got Kuwagamon up there in the corner. And I believe that's all of them. You have Seadramon like holding a person right there. Oh, Bakemon in the top here. And there's some writing in actual like I don't remember what the script for the Digimon language was called, but it has been translated if you do have it. I mean, I could try to find an image and try to translate this shit, right? But if you really want to, you should be able to translate this. Like it's been like it's from Digimon to like Japanese and Digimon to English. Like that's possible. Like if you really want to. But in the meantime, we can only talk to the professor right now. Have you come all this way to have you all come here to study the Kemonogami as well? Yes, we're on a school trip. But we actually came to look for some missing people, our friends and that guy's sister. Yeah, came to look for her. In this Kemonogami shrine? Hope she hasn't been spirited away. Spirited away? Yeah, there's a legend about the Kemonogami passed down since ancient times. But it's more than a legend. The stories are true, you see. True. Indeed, it was once custom to offer up local children to the beast gods as sacrifices. How awful. It was a desperate measure to ensure the harvest, or perhaps to prevent disasters. Yet, these children did not die, supposedly. They were taken somewhere unharmed. So that's what you mean by spirited away? Yes, but the custom was lost to the ages, and this angered the ancient Kemonogami. Over time, such abductions were no longer a ritual sacrifice, but a curse or retribution. Many legends regarding such incidents have been passed down in this region. I place no faith in fairy tales, of course, but there must be a scientific explanation. Some reason for the continuous disappearances since ancient times, I'm sure of it. I view this as superstitious or a mental block designed to escape from reality. He seems pretty worked up somehow. Is he mad or upset maybe? I know you came looking for your friends, but I'm glad you could see these legendary ruins. Interest in historical origins is a wonderful thing indeed. I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you, sir. Take a good look at this. Who knows? It may end up being of use to you all. So even still, if we just look, if you just think about what we're like covering right now, if you remember, the entire plot is we came on a middle school trip to the mountains. We came on a camping trip to explore these ruins, or well, not these ruins, but to try to go to landmarks, right? To find out more about this civilization and Kemonogami. And as we actually found like an ancient shrine that wasn't really supposed to be found, we start, you know, if you're a Digimon fan, you start noticing there's fucking Digimon here. Meaning that for some reason in this village, Digimon were a thing to an extent, and they were worshipped. And again, if you know who this dude is, like, you know what's up, right? So not only that, it implies that villagers would sacrifice their children or give them up to Digimon to prevent some sort of disasters, etc. from happening, which is wild. It's wild to think about that. In general, at least in the Digimon lore, if you... this is probably not, let's say, main universe canon or whatever, because Digimon were invented in like 1991 or whatever in lore, like if you follow like say Digimon World lore, and they were you know, created as virtual pets, and then from there they came to life, right? And they actually went from the devices to actually being like kind of like Clippy or Bonzi Buddy, and then from there actually having the digital world and so on and so forth, right? I'm not going to go into it. But in this world, at least, Digimon were worshipped as gods of some kind, because, I mean, they are big fucking creatures that shoot fire and shit. So it makes sense, but, like, the fact that children were sacrificed is pretty fucked. And that's mainly what drew me in a lot to this specific game, because it seems really interesting. But let's go ahead and check out the walls and then talk to the professor. So there you can see people worshipping a shrine maiden, and then a big creature with 6 eyes. Discovery of these minerals has led to a rapid development of this region in minerals? Okay. In this region in recent times. A sudden population boom would naturally increase the number of missing persons. Dwindling resources, depopulation, likely absconding in the night from such troubles. I suspect the recent landslides are a result of unchecked development since the Showa era. Unraveling the issue piece by piece allows for a logical explanation of the legend. At least, that's what I think. Yes, learning from the past can help us in the present. Though, ironically enough, not a lot of people nowadays pay attention to the past, and then still commit the same mistakes that have been, like, made, I don't know, for like the past 3,000 years or some shit. What a wonderful and unexpected lesson we've learned here today. Yeah, muchas gracias, prof. Hey now, show some respect. And just in case you didn't know, the Showa era was like 1920s in Japan, I believe. 1920s to like 80s or early 90s. I'm really bad with like the actual Japanese eras because I don't pay too much attention to them. But I remember Showa was fairly recent. Fairly recent. So these are all drawings of kemonogami. In all shapes and sizes, huh? Hey, why do you think there are so many kemonogami in the first place? Do you have a hunch, sir? Indeed, there are several possible explanations for all this. The unique terrain could explain the frequent incidents. Weak footholds, steep slopes, magnetic fields mess with the sense of direction, and overgrowth in flora and fauna. Ah, like the red spider lilies then. I believe there's something in the minerals around here that makes people lose their way. Creatures of the kemonogami faith may have been altered somehow by the substance. I see. That would make sense. Interesting then. So it's like just the area is what causes people to kind of go slightly insane. I guess. Huh? What's with this wall? Is this writing or something? Are these drawings or some kind of text? Yeah, something like that. There's all sorts of stuff on this crazy wall painting. Never seen anything like it. Huh? Something's written here. Maybe I can read it? Nope, not a word of it. This is just my conjecture on my investigations, but I think it says Agumon. As my research progressed, I learned that each of the kemonogami have their own names. Is that so? So there must be a bunch of those things running around.
Nanda?
この子ミュウちゃんじゃない。
どうしたんだ？何があったの？
なんか変なのにいきなり出くわして逃げて。あ、さきちゃん置いてきちゃった。
今の声、さき。
そうと、さっきの神社の方だ。おい、行ってみようぜ。
なんだこの霧。
確かにさっきまではこんなじゃなかったのに。これうかつに飛び出したら俺たちまで本当に迷子になっちまうぞ。
それよりさきさんはさっきの悲鳴って一体。こっち来ないで。
何？
何かに襲われてるの？
お？
痴漢とか？
こんな山の中にいるわけないでしょ。
On a mountain?
イノシシか何か。なんかうごめいてるぞ。
っておい、なんか今光らなかった？さあ、
声のする方に行ってみましょ
う。見間違いじゃないのか。この霧でよく見えないよ。それにしてもなんだこの霧。
私も気になるけど、今はさきさんの悲鳴が先よ。
ああ。おい、さき、りょう、大丈夫か？
待って、何かいる。
なんだあれ、石像？
違う、動いてるぞこいつ。
なんだって、そんなバカな。またあの音だ。この変なやつが出していたのか。こっち来んだ。
あれは何なの？
おい、どうした？さっき悲鳴が聞こえたが。ミュウ、そこにいたのか。
お兄ちゃんがなんで？待ってて、さきさん、今助けるから。葵ちゃんなの？待って、こっち来ちゃダメ。
早
早く助けろよ。
変なのがこっちに。
どうします？
来ちゃダメって言われても放っておけるわけないでしょ。
True. This weird statue-like creature set its sights on the others. A creature? No. A monster?
何やってんだ。早くしろよ。
I mean, if we follow Ryo's logic for a bit, it's like, sure, okay, we get over there. Then what? We beat it up? We start kicking it?
あれは獣神。まさかそんなこと。
Professor, he followed us from the shrine? Save those guys from this monster. Alright, let's get closer.
まずは話しかけてみよ
そうだよ。子供が何か被ってふざけてるんだろう。おい君。
Some kid pulling a prank.
待てよ修二さん。
Okay.
子供の体重でそんなに足が地面にめり込むわけねえだろ。
修二さん危ない。
たくまくん。
なんだこいつ。かつてこれほどなんてとんでもない力だ。大丈夫か？すまない。君に救われた。危ねえ、逃げるぞ。
Creature we've never seen before is coming right at us. What's going on? What a crazy situation we've gotten into. Why the heck is this happening?
葵さん大丈夫？
Oh no, Aoi fell. Aoi fell. And that rock monster is coming this way.
やめろ。葵さんに手を出すな。
I can't let it hurt Aoi. Well, it must have fucking hurt. Like a lot. That thing just sent me flying.
なんてバカ力だ。あんなのに突進されてよく怪我しないで済んだな。そうだ。みんな大丈夫か？大丈夫か？タクマ。
ごめんなさい。私のせいで。
Everyone seems to be okay somehow. The fog has covered the entire area. There's red spider lilies at my feet. So creepy.
おいみんな。
いつの間にか囲まれている。まずい。だんだん近づいてきているぞ。
They're in for a world of hurt. Is there any way they can make a break for it?
あれ？なんだ？フラフラする。
Am I going numb? Or did I take a harder hit than I thought? Is it?
こんな時に地震。
やべえぞ。それに霧も濃くなってきた。
みんな大丈夫か？みんな気をつけるんだ。むやみに動いたら危の。うわ！シュツさんどうしました？
I tried taking a step forward, and the ground crumbled underneath me. I plunged into a gaping hole that seemed to pull me in. I couldn't even tell what was happening to everyone else. Unchecked development, recent landslides. The professor's words are coming back to me. That is such a good yell. Holy fuck. like Takuma CV is so good. Yeah, that intro is really, really nice. And again, the soundtrack for this game is really good. I love the strings that they chose for this game. It's super relaxing and just really good. This game is so fucking good. It really was worth the wait, even though it's been 4 years.
助かったのか。ここ神社の下なのか。そうだ、みんなは無事なのか。頭がズキズキする。
See anyone? Looks like they aren't here. Maybe I should take a look around. All I can do is look around for now. So this is the part that kind of confused me a little bit when I first played this game. We were up by the shrine a bit ago, and I mean, we've been in this area before. This is like the area, if you remember the map, it's the area right below the shrine part. We fell through a hole, and now we're here? It was weird, but let's continue. Unless this is like technically supposed to be another area that kind of still leads up to the shrine. Who knows? I don't see anyone here. Maybe I can find some traces of them in a different area. I should check out other places. The ground's collapsed all around here, but none of my friends are around. I should check somewhere else. The deep forest again? They're not here. What a relief. Means they weren't caught up in the landslide. I should check out other places. I feel like that entire section could have been cut out, if I'm honest. I could have just been like, man, I don't see anyone, let's look around. And then cut straight to this. I can hear those sounds from before. Is it those stone monsters? Oh no, they're coming this way. I have to get the hell out of here.
持ってきていないな。
And now we're back up to the shrine. Like, we just came from here. Like, this is the weird part. Made it back to the shrine somehow. No one's here. Not a single person.
おーいミノル葵さんおーい誰かいないのか。
No responses. Where the heck did they... Well, maybe I can get one of them on the phone. I'll call me them.
通話可能エリアの外。ダメだ。電話は使えないや。あ、今何か動かなかったか。何かいる。あの岩みたいなやつなのか。音が聞こえなくなった。
Let's jump at it. I'll just jump right at it. I can beat whatever it is and take it by surprise.
せーの。えい。あれ、いない。どこ行ったんだ。あ、草むらの中、草が避けてるとこがある。見えないけど何かいるのか。そうだ、さっきも似たようなことがあったような。
ミノルsay again?
そういえばあの時はミノルが何か言ってたっけ。なんだっけ。変なものが映るとかなんとか。スマホのカメラで気配を見つけたことがあったっけ。撮影したら姿が見えるんじゃないか。よし、やってみよう。なんだ今の。
Who could that be?
一瞬だったけど確かに何かいた。これなら見られるんだな。でもまた襲いかかられたらどうしよう。考えてばかりじゃ拉致が開かない。辺りをスマホで見てみるか。手がかり。
Let's skip it again. Alright, so now we have to explore a little bit. Let's see what we can find up here. What the heck is that? Some kind of creature? Doesn't seem like a rock thing from before. It's a bit friendlier. It's gone. Won't there be plans to attack from the shadows somewhere? I'll survey the other spots with my camera. I found it! That thing from before. It's right over there, no doubt about it. What should I do? It doesn't look hostile, but still. Man, did it vanish again? This thing's quick on its feet. At least I think it has feet. I'll survey the other options with my camera. God, that transition is so good. Like, just to go around the corner. Bingo! There it is! Whoa, it's closer now.
What? なんだこの生き物は。
変な生き物。
喋ってる。うわ、こっち来るな。こんな生き物見たことないぞ。一体何なんだ。何なんだこいつは。
こいつじゃない。僕コロモン。お前のことずっと待ってた。
コロモン？お前って呼ぶなよ。僕にはタクマって名前があるんだ。とにかく離れろって。
タクマ？それが名前？よろしくタクマ。
Pay attention to its cheeks. They kind of like jiggle a bit when he jumps.
答えになってないって。いや、それより待っていたってどういうことだよ。
そう、僕タクマのことずーっと前から待っていたんだ。
Or at least I think they did.
どうして？
どうしても何もどうしてなのかな。
What's with this thing? It understands me, but I wouldn't call this a conversation. Anyway, I don't think it seems to mean me any harm, I think.
それを聞きたいのはこっちだって。少なくとも僕はお前と違う。僕は人間だ。まだ子供だけど。
人間の子供。初めて見るのになんだか変な感じ。たくまに会えて嬉しい。たくまが必要でここに来るのずーっと待ってた感じ。
Yeah, his whole little like body jiggles when he jumps, very slightly.
ってどういうことだ。
Yeah.
とにかく僕にはたくまだけなんだ。僕はたくまをずーっと待っていたんだ。
なんだよそれ。意味わかんないよ。いいか、コロモンとか言ったな。よーく聞けよ。僕はもう子供じゃないぞ。中学生なんだしな。
中学生って何？
What's junior high?
それは大人ってことだ。
たくま、さっき自分で子供って言ってたよ。
それは違くて、とにかく子供じゃな。
子供じゃん。ほらほら、そうやってすぐ向きになるところも。
True? True?
うるさい。いいからこっち来るな。
待ってよ、たくま。
First things first, I've got to shake off this weird critter somehow. I'll try to get away from the shrine. Oh no. Go back to Koromon. He sounds so cute.
よし、うまくあいつを振り切ったぞ。しかし一体何なんだ。あんな生き物見たことないし、それなのに不思議なもんだな。そんなに怖くはなかった。
I mean, it was so small and it talked like a kid. Plus, it was so buddy-buddy. Hell, the fact that it talked at all is weird enough on its own, right?
夢じゃないよな。
Maybe I should look around more. What the? Something's moving in the grass.
こいつ、僕らを襲った岩のやつか。そこにいたのか。この距離では逃げきれない。
should I do? No, we'll stand and fight.
この野郎、そうそう舐められてたまるものか。見た感じ動きは鈍そうだし、油断さえしなければ。ああ、なんか突進してきた。てこいつ。まずい、また突進してくるつもりだ。お前は衣？
こいつは気が立っている。早く逃
げて。待って、足がすくんで。
僕がこいつを引き止めてるうちに、さあ早く。さあかかってこい。
No, Koromon.
なんだよお前、弱っちいじゃないか。僕なんて構わずにお前も逃げろよ。
He's just a baby. He's baby too.
だって僕はタクマを守らなくちゃ。
We're in training stage. Of course he's gonna be like very weak. Oh.
ダメかも。
まずい。
Koromon will be in trouble if this keeps up. I believe that tiny thing's risking its life to protect me. I know. I can't just run off on my own and let it fight to the death. But what? We gotta protect Koromon.
やらせるもんか。
タクマって頼もしいな。けど
衣、せめてお前だけでも逃げろ。
そんなタクマを置いて逃げられないぞ。
だからそれはお互い様だって。
あ、そっか。
Look at his face, he's so happy.
絶対絶命のピンチなのに笑いが出るなんて余裕だよな。
僕もなんだかやれそうな気がしてきた。
Hmm?
タクマ、僕行かなくちゃ。
おい、一体何を。
大丈夫。タクマ見てて。言ったでしょ。僕はタクマを守るって。コロモン進化。
I'm kidding, they don't play that. But now we have Agumon. It would have been so cool if they fucking played Braveheart right there. So, here we actually get into combat. 2 hours, well, it's like an hour and 40 minutes after, like, they showed us, like, they gave us the intro, like, combat scenario. We finally get to fight, right? We finally get to do this. So, like usual, each scenario will have conditions, and that's it. You can also change the difficulty of the battle, apparently. If you can't win, you can try changing the difficulty, but I don't think we can do that yet, because it's like still kind of scripted to an extent. So we just have to beat Gotsumon, and then if Agumon dies, we lose. Actually, did that say something else? Oh, wait, I think you could change the difficulty in that previous menu. Anyways. So defending is an important aspect of battle, and your turn without attacking, and you can defend. So here they're teaching you the whole thing of like position. So, because again, if I defend like this, Gotsumon's gonna come at us, he's gonna attack us, and then we're gonna take more damage because he hits us from behind. So let's just end our turn. Okay, so defending against the enemy skill reduces its damage by half. Okay. So, if you look carefully, you see right above Agumon, there's a little rhombus, a little, four-sided figure, or a tilted square, I guess. It's got a little, like, face that looks like a little flame, while Goldsmon has a cube. So, of course, Agumon is a vaccine type, that's the symbol for vaccine types, while Goldsmon is a data type, and that's a symbol for data. So there is a triangle for attributes. So we have one more attribute, which would be virus. So vaccine beats virus, virus beats data, data beats vaccine. So he's going to be doing more damage to us than we are to him. But let's pepper breath him. Or baby flame. So during battle, it's most important to keep attack and defense in mind. Yeah. And we can move. And if we want to, let's see, because this movement's going to be like up to here, and then Rock Fist has, I think, a range of 2. So we could, like, stay here. And then end our turn. And he's going to defend because he can't attack. And we can go ahead and just hit him with the baby flame again. And pop him. Nah, I'm not using Windows 11. I don't think I'll ever move to it or upgrade to it ever. But alright, here are our attributes. Like with any RPG, you've got HP, SP, which is MP as well, physical attack, physical defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. And then that's about it. Movement amounts is how many, of course, how far you can move in a grid. So we've got a 3, so we can move 3 blocks ahead of us. And then the vertical movement is, if you look right next to Agumon, you see how there's like a little ledge? Like that would be like 1 height. But then if you look at the ledge right behind us, that would probably be like a 2 height. So like Agumon can't jump too high up, but I'm pretty sure others will be able to. Or maybe if he was bigger, who knows? We'll see as it goes, as the game progresses. But anyways, we beat Goldsmon, and now we have an Agumon. Also, look at his art. It's so cute. Agumon looks so cool here. Incredible. It really beat that monster. What's with his appearance? This is the same Koromon as before, right? As you explore, you'll get various items. Right, so we get equipment. Let's try equipping it now, in the middle of dialogue. So, you open up the pause menu. You select your Digimon. And then you go to the equipment tab. You change it. And then we equip it. And then that's it. There's also training items, which I'm not sure what this is yet. And then here's the evolution tree. So, Agumon's gonna has a few paths to go, it seems. So it's more than likely gonna be Champion, Ultimate Mega, and then a Jogress at the very end, or a DNA Digivolution. That's what I'm assuming, unless there's like Super Ultimates in this, which I don't remember what the name in English was for like whatever comes after Mega in some cases. Like if you look at like Dukemon Crimson Mode, I believe that's a Super Ultimate. Shit like that. Or was that Jogresses that count as Super Ultimates? It doesn't matter. Anyway, so we've equipped Agumon. He's currently our only party member. And again, we've got our other like menus here. I don't know why they tell you can check it now, but fine.
Koromon, すごい戦いだったな。
なんて無茶なことをするんだと思ったけど、まさかやっつけちゃうなんて。
たくま違うよ。今の僕はアグモンだよ。
Hey, congrats, dude.
アグ
That for sure probably took
コロモ
forever.
ンじゃないのか？
うん。コロモンだったけど、今はアグモン。
よくわからないな。でもとにかくまずはお礼を言うよ。助けてくれてありがとうな。
お礼を言いたいのも助けてもらったのも僕の方だよ。危ないところで助けてくれたのもこの姿になれたのも全部タクマのおかげだ。
僕のおかげって何もしてないし。
そんなことない。なんだかわからないけど、タクマと一緒にいたら体の中からぐんぐん力が湧いてくる。タクマ、ありがとうな。
He's so happy.
どういうことだよ。その姿になったことか。一体それってどうなってるんだ？
さ
あそうだよな。
Uh,
お前に聞いた僕が間違ってたよ。
I mean, we're asking the right questions, but Agumon is like kind of known for not being incredibly smart. He's just like a normal dude.
いや、今のは褒めてないからな。とにかくこんな変な生き物見たらみんなびっくりするだろうな。みんな、そうだ、みんなを探さないと。
みんな？みんなって誰だ？
ああ、僕の仲間のことだよ。いろいろあってこの近くの神社まで来ることになって、一度は全員集まったんだけど土砂崩れに巻き込まれてみんなとはぐれたんだ。
そうだったのか。
Weren't around here, then maybe they went back to school already. Well, that's cool. If he didn't study, or if he didn't really need to study for it, that's not too bad. Because if I recall, that test isn't really hard.
でもこんな見知らぬ土地で森の中、霧で方向感覚もわかんないや。
霧？あの霧の中には入るなよ、タクマ。
He's got them OVA eyes. Look at him. The pupils like shrunk. God, that's so cute. It's literally like Agumon's like OVA like eyes, where he has like smaller pupils, and the green is still like pretty big, and he looks more like a fucking dinosaur. Huh, the fog. Didn't really notice it before, but I think the fog got thicker.
そりゃ好き好んで入るわけないだろ。ただでさえここがどこかもわかんないのに、またあの変なのに襲われたらひとたまりもないしな。またあんなのに襲われる可能性あるのかなあ。アグモン、さっきの石の化け物ってあれお前の仲間なのか？
First thing I've seen, sorry, first I've ever seen a thing like that. Is this the true nature of the Kemonogami?
仲間？冗談じゃない。あんな突然襲いかかってくるようなやつ、僕の仲間でも友達でもないぞ。
いや、ダチとか連れとかそういう意味の仲間かって聞いたんじゃなくて。
第一、僕はあいつらみたいに子供を襲ったりなんてしない。
いや、同じようなタイプの生き物なのかって意味で聞いたんだけど。あいつら、ひょっとして、
Oh, no.
あの岩みたいなやつ以外にも化け物はいるのか？
No, I'm sure you won't feel like much different. I mean, it's just a piece of paper in the end. Now you won't get in trouble like without it, I guess.
いっぱいいるぞ。でかいやつ、硬いやつ、空を飛ぶやつ、速いやつ、煙くじゃらないやつ、他にもいっぱい。もちろんいいやつもいるし悪いやつもいる。どっちでもないやつもいる。
いっぱいか。ちょっと頭クラクラしてきた。
Oh, fuck. There are tons of things like that out there. It's my first time hearing about this, and definitely my first time seeing it. And there's a bunch of different types too. What's going on? Maybe something happened back at the shrine to the Kemonogami. Like we accidentally broke some sort of seal or on the place or something. I could have released those bizarre creatures into the world, right? That reminds me, Miu was talking about some retribution thing back there, wasn't she? No way. I thought that kid just had a weird sense of humor. Still, it doesn't feel weird to be with this talking creature. It's almost as if I've known this little guy for a long, long time.
僕、頭打ってどうかしてるのかな。
he's still wondering if he's like sane.
どうしたタクマン。
これからどうしようかなって。
This place shouldn't be that far from the shrine.
あの岩の化け物にまさか全員やられちゃったってわけでもないだろう。誰かまだこの近くに僕の仲間がいるかもしれない。
化け物じゃないざ。岩みたいなやつならそいつの名はゴツモン。
それぞれ固有の名前があるんだな。
Wait, I swear I've heard a story like this before. Oh yeah, the professor mentioned a name back at that mural in the shrine. So, these things really are the Kemonogami after all?
とにかく僕はこれから校舎に戻ろうと思ってる。その道すがらにはぐれた仲間を探したい。アグモンも協力してくれるか？
おう、僕はタクマと一緒だ。
わかった。よし、じゃあ。今のは悲鳴？
人間の悲鳴だと思う。あっちの方から聞こえた。
あの声、多分ミノルの声じゃないか。神社の方だな。行ってみよう。
おう。
I prefer AMD, if I'm honest. Mainly because Intel, like, while they make good processors, I mean, they're not going to be doing anything else. And AMD just has just a lot of years of experience with everything, whether it is graphics cards or processors. So I just prefer them overall. Like, there was supposed to be a new Intel graphics card coming out, I forget the name of it, that a friend was telling me about, but apparently it's going to be cancelled. And it sucks, because it was going to be like some nice competition for the market so that it would drive down prices for graphics cards all over the place. And apparently Intel's like backing out, and they're offering people cash settlements instead for people that pre-order. They're like, hey, I know you pre-ordered this graphics card, would you rather have like money instead? Or if they won a contest or some shit, it's like, hey, would you rather take money so that they don't actually develop the cards? So it's not looking good for Intel, that's for sure. I reflexively started running when I heard Minoru cry out. At that point, I haven't given it much thought to the situation I'd found myself in, about the mysterious creature Agumon, or the place I'd wandered into. Who knew things would turn out like this? An adventure with our lives on the line. Never imagined it back then if I tried. I guess we really are Digimon survivors. Honestly, at this point, I would just build my own PC. If you're, like, instead of buying an all-in-one.
やばいやばいやばいやばい。なんなんだよあれ。なんで岩の化け物に追いかけられてんの俺。
ミノルくん待って。私もう息が。
葵さん。
もう限界。走れない。
そんなこと言ってもあいつらまだ追っかけてきてるかも。追いつかれたらやばいんだよ。早く逃げなきゃ。葵さんも見たでしょ。あいつの突進食らったら怪我じゃ済まないって。でも
私もう動けない。どこかに隠れて助けを待った方が。
隠れるったって神社の方にはあの岩の化け物がいるし、他のとこなんて。あ、祠。あそこなら隠れられるかも。ほら葵さん、早く行こう。
Well, there is that too. I mean, if you don't like wires, I guess, yeah. It's personal preference, I mean. Oh no.
この音。出た。くそ。やってやる。やってやるぞ。
ミノルくん、 何してるの？
俺がこいつを何とかするから、葵さんは逃げて。
ダメよミノルくん、危ないわ。
相手が一匹ならなんとかなるかも。ヒーローになれ。
ダメミノルくん。
そこまでだ。
この子たちに近づかないで。
増えたこの狼藉者め、これ以上は俺が許さん。
あなたのことは私が守ってあげる。
お前たちもう大丈夫。こんな数無理だ。
I don't think a single person who is in a life or death situation would scream, I can't even with all this. Maybe, I'm pretty sure 99% of humanity would scream something along the lines of, I can't take it anymore. Instead. God. What gen are these kids supposed to be? Fucking... Like, is it Gen Z? Would it be Gen Z? Or what comes after Z? I don't know, dude. Like, what's the name of the gen of the kids born in, like, 2007?
近くにごつもんの気配があるぞ。
さっきの岩のやつか。
そこのずっと奥の方だ。
あの祠の方だな。よし、急ごうアグモン。
待ってタクマ、ごつもんの気配が今度はたくさんある。
だってそれでもミノルを放ってはおけない。行こう。
分かったタクマ、僕に任せて。
こっち来るな。
おい、あれミノルがごつもんに襲われてる。
どうするタクマ。
What do you mean, what should we do? We save him.
だよな。さすがタクマだ。
ああ、友達のピンチをほっとけるものか。まず石の塊みたいなやつだから真正面からぶつかっても危険だ。
うまくタイミングを見て。うわ、まずい、もう一匹現れた。
せい。
お前は
大丈夫かミノル。
あいつミノルを助けたぞ。
あれはファルコモン。知ってる。悪いやつじゃないぞ。
だから言っただろ、俺は敵ではないと。
疑って悪かったよ。助けて。
承知。ミノルが助けを望むなら全力で答えよう。
The way they made this guy, like, again, writing aside, it's like the dialect they gave him was just like archaic English verbiage. So he just uses a lot of really old words. I mean, not a lot of people speak like this nowadays, but I mean, it's kind of neat. I mean, it's supposed to kind of make you think Falcomon as more refined and stuff, right? Ironically enough, he digivolves into like rogues and ninjas and shit, like ninja birds. But oh well.
あいつはどうやら味方らしいな。
だからファルコモンは悪いやつじゃないって。でもご 没問相手じゃ相性が悪いかも。たくま、加勢していいか？
そうだな。ミノルを放っておけない。助けよう。
Yeah, hopefully you found like a good set. I mean, I normally stick to like wired like keyboard and mouse, because otherwise I mean, just because I prefer the actual like analog connections. Also, I love how like the conditions always like change. It's like all enemies are defeated, lost condition, all annihilated. Oh, I should have fucking changed the difficulty. I'm gonna try to see if we can do that and see if we can make it harder. So we can't handle this alone, better be careful. So they're gonna make us defend. And then we're gonna move Agumon here. And now we can attack. And let's go with Baby Flame. And now we get some actual support attacks, or support. So here we have, oh, in this case it's backup, right? So there's 3 types: a team attack, encouragement, and support. So team attacks are follow-up attacks on a shared enemy. You must both be adjacent to the foe. Encouragement will cheer you up, increasing your attack power. And then support's when to heal your SP or HP. And then it depends on affinity. Backup effects can give you an edge in battle, so try to stay close to your allies. Your affinity will change based on the choices you make in the story, and can be crucial in battle. Get obliteratomized? There's just 1 enemy left, but its attribute gives it an advantage, so this could be tough. So that's what I mean, like because he's a data type and we are vaccine. Why not get some support from Takuma or the others in this? It should help a lot. So we choose the talk command, and then from here we choose who we want to support. In this case, we're going to be supporting Agumon with Takuma. And we're going to get an all stat boost. Tell me if it gets tough out there, Agumon. You're worried about me? Thanks, Takuma. Takuma's words of encouragement have powered up Agumon. Early effects last for a set number of turns, but only 1 character can cheer per battle. Words of support from a trusted friend can make a huge difference, turning the tide of battle. Use them at just the right time, and you'll be sure to take down even the mightiest foes. The Agumon's all powered up, time to blow the enemy away, and we end our turn. Alright, so Goldsmon's gonna take fucking forever to get here. But if we, now that we have a little more, freedom, we can actually look at these units. So here we have Falcomon. All his attacks are physical and they're all close range. And it just deals wind damage. But this has a moderate chance of knocking the enemy back 1 square, which is neat. He's got no equipment, and that's it. So he's a mobility type, he's a rookie. He can move 4 squares compared to R3, and his vertical movement is 2 compared to Agumon's 1. If you look at Goldsmon, here he is, he's got his Rock Fist. Just deals earth damage, and that's it. No equipment, and that's it. He moves very slowly. But again, if you hover over him, he moves 2 squares, so he'll move all the way up here. And then his Rock Fist has a range of 2 as well, so 1, 2. So he can't get us at all, no matter what, if we just stay here. So if we just wait, he's gonna probably move up here, maybe. He'll probably go, like, here, and then maybe here, like that. So we're just gonna wait. So, and turn, and we wait, and turn, and wait. Now Goldsmon moves, and that's it. So now let's have Falcomon put him closer to us, and then hit his flank from the side. He didn't push him. That would have been cool though. So let's end. And let's have Agumon. Actually, we can attack him here. Right? No, we're 1 square away. Alright, we'll just move up close to him. Yeah, let's hit him with that claw attack. Alright, another level up. And we got bandages.
Takuma, ありがとう、助かったよ。こいつとばったり出会って驚いて逃げたところにさっきの岩みたいなのが襲いかかってきてさ。
ゴツモンが狙ってて危険だと教えようとしたのに、ミノルは俺から逃げるし。
Agumon has fucking teeth?
いや、悪い悪い。
すごいもんだな。
He's so tiny too.
のやつ、この生き物ともう打ち解けてる。
悪魔だって僕とすぐ仲良くなれたじゃん。
すぐってわけじゃなかったよ。
っておい、タクマ、なんだそいつ。
それを聞きたいのは僕の方もだって。だがどうやら敵じゃない。
敵じゃないぞ。
さっきも見ただろ。僕たちを守ってくれたんだ。
確かに。
何度もそう言ってるのだがな。
とにかく今はこんな見知らぬ森の中で変な生き物に襲われてる状況なんだ。仲間が増えたのは心強いよ。この調子で葵さんたちや他の仲間も探してみよう。
あ、
ん？
Yeah.
どうしたんだ、ミノル。
いや、ごめん、俺葵さんとは一緒にいたんだけど、さっきはファルコモンに驚いて慌てて一目散に逃げ出しちゃって、葵さんを。
おい、葵さんを置いてったのか。
無我夢中だったんだ。ごめん。
まずいな。どっちの方向かわかるか。ゴツモン以外にも化け物はいるんだろ。
多くはないな。いくつかいるのは感じるな。
すぐに葵さんを探さなくちゃ。辺りにはいなさそうだし、別の場所に行ってみよう。
行こう。
たくまくん、ミノルくん。
あ、今の声は。
It's coming closer from the direction of the shrine. Could it be?
よかった。ミノルくんいた。たくまくんも。
I should note, by the way, up until that last fight, that's kind of where I stopped playing yesterday when I was just testing this out. So everything from here on is new to me.
葵さん。
葵さんも無事だったんだね。よかった。
どうやら探し人は見つかったようだな。
よかったよかった。
もうミノルくんどこに行ってたのよ。勝手に行ったら心配するでしょ。
She was worried?
悪い悪い、ほんとごめん。今度はみっともない姿は見せないから、ヒーローみたいにさっそうと駆けつけて解決するから。
またそうやってふざけて、もう心配させないでちょうだい。
Minoru was relieved to see Aoi safe and sound. He's back to his wisecracking self. To be honest, I'm happy that Aoi seems more annoyed than angry.
ごめんで済むわけないでしょ。女の子を置き去りにして逃げるなんて。
True?
絶対許さないんだから。
なんだこの生き物。
新手か。いや、でもそんな雰囲気じゃ。
待て、二人とも落ち着け。
この子なら大丈夫。怖くないから。
いや、今俺お尻噛まれそうだったんだけど。
そんな汚いお尻なんて噛みませんよーだ。さっき怪物に襲われそうになった時にこのワンちゃんが守ってくれたの。
One-chan.
葵
So
は
yeah, puppy.
私が守りますからね。
ワンちゃんって間違いなく化け物だよな。そもそも犬が喋るわけねえし。葵さん、なんでそれを疑問に思ってないんだ。
安心して。ラブラモンもいいやつだよ。僕前から知ってる。
恐竜の悪
So the talking falcon doesn't scare her, the talking dog doesn't scare her, but the baby dinosaur does. Or surprises her, I mean.
そして俺がファルコモン。以後よろしく。
よろしくお願いします。ねえあなた、ラブラモンって名前なの？そうだよ葵。これからもよろしくね。大変、あなた怪我をしてるわね。
Oh, we tied a handkerchief around Labramon. Look how close look how close they are already. A stark contrast from Minoru's panic before. And here I thought he always kept his cool. I wonder what they think about all this. Let's see. If we check our profile real quick. So I mean, we have 2 affinity with both, so it doesn't really matter too much who we talk to. But as you can see, like their icons, I guess, or their profiles are getting updated. So before it was just, you know, our character or them, like this. But now they have a Digimon with them, and that's cute. Let's talk to Aoi. She seems more normal right now.
Aoi-san, はぐれてた間、何があったの？
あの後、別の怪物が襲ってきたのをワンちゃん、いえ、ラブラモンが助けてくれたんだけど、そのせいでこの子、こんな大怪我しちゃったの。
大丈夫、大丈夫。こんな傷、大したことないから。
Yeah, if you end up, I mean, if this looks fun to you, again, I would really recommend it. It should be, like I said, available on Switch. Physical copies might be hard to get because they kind of just sold out. But the game looks incredible. The gameplay so far is a typical SRPG. It's not bad. But I mean, you're mainly here for the story, if I'm honest. But like the gameplay that it does offer is not too bad. The only annoying thing that I do find is just the exploring aspect so far, because it's a little slow going from menu to menu. Like it'll zoom in really quickly, but then it zooms out really slowly when you're done, like exploring. Like, I don't know, oh, there's a shrine in front of me, and then it zooms out slowly instead of like when it zooms in very quickly. But besides that, I mean, game so far pretty cool. And if you like Digimon, then this is a neat game, especially considering that as the years have gone on with Digimon games, they've been adding, or they've been using less of like Gen 1, quote unquote, if, you know, to kind of put that into perspective when it comes to like Pokemon, where, you know, with Pokemon you have the original 150, right? With Digimon you have the original run from the original Adventure anime. So I'm surprised, you know, that, you know, they'll give us Agumon, because Agumon's like a fan favorite, right? But I'm surprised that they didn't give you know, Gabumon or Biomon again, or, you know, any of those dudes. Instead, they kind of spread them out a little bit. Well, we still have some from like the original like wave of Digimen. There are some new ones, like Labramon is slightly more recent compared to say Agumon or what's it called, Falcomon. At least the design that they use for Falcomon is pretty old, if I recall. It's like its original design compared to the one from Digimon Data Squad. But so far it's been pretty good.
ダメよ、ちゃんと手当てしないと。救急箱が必要ね。
それだよな。やっぱ一度校舎に戻ろうぜ。今どこにいるかもよくわかんないけど。
近くにあの神社があるってことは、歩いて帰れる距離なのは間違いないよ。とにかく日が暮れるまでにはどうにか戻ろう。
なあ、本当にここってさっきまでいたとこか？地形が全然違う気がするんだけど。
え？そうなのか？
さっき通ってきたトンネルへの道がどこにも見当たらないんだ。それにそもそもキャンプ前に聞いてた地形とは違うぜ。まるで全然別の場所みたいな感じっていうか。
それって大丈夫なの？
まずいな。そうなると校舎までたどり着けるか怪しいぞ。なあ、アグモン。あとファルコも。お前たちはこの辺りのことわかるか？
わかるよ。
知っていることなら何でも答えよ
う。僕たち校舎に戻りたいんだけど。
わかんない。
In Japanese, he just says, I don't know.
木でできた2階建ての建物で、人間が暮らすもので。
それだったら見たことある。
本当か？
うん。木でできた大きい建物と広い空き地があった。
校庭か。間違いない。どこにあるんだ？
どこだっけ？
おい。
場所なら俺がわかる。案内しよう。
ありがとう。お願いするよ。
お、やっと見えてきたぜ。
ふむ、どうやらあれで間違いなかったようだな。
うわーい、あともう少しだ。
ラブラも足の怪我は大丈夫？心配してくれてありがとう。大丈夫よ、葵。
どうにかここまで戻ってこれたんだ。日が暮れる前に急いで行こう。
But what about everyone else? We're missing like 3 people.
それにしても変ね。
No, we're missing like 5 people.
どうしたの、葵さん？
ここまでの移動でスマホを何度か試してみたの。この辺り全てが通話可能エリアの外で電話もネットも繋がらないわ。もう校舎の近くなのに。
本当だ。GPS やマップだけじゃなくコンパスのアプリもまともに動かないよ。
こっちも同じだ。今はカメラくらいしか使えないか。
それにさ、気づいたか？行きの時とは違ってあのトンネルを通らなかったよな。
そういえばそうよね。 GPS が使えなかったから気づかなかったけど、別の道に入ったのかしら。
だったら戻ってこれるのは変だって。それほど複雑な道じゃなかったのにおかしくないか？
ふむ、何か混乱があるようだが、この辺りにあれに似た建物は他にないぞ。
早く行きたい。
気にはなるけど、とりあえず戻れたんだしさ。
No, I love
とにかく
Agumon.
今は校舎へ急ごう。
He's so cute. Agumon is one of my favorite, or most favorite Digis. For sure. I like Doremon a lot more, but Agumon is like, of course, everyone's like first favorite Digimon.
やった。日没までに帰ってこれた。
ここがタクマたちの学校？
いや、通ってる学校はここじゃないよ。僕らは課外学習の宿泊施設として使ってるだけだけど、学校は学校か。
タクマ、学校ってなんだ？
What is a school anyway? It's a learning facility, Takuma. Come on. I never really thought about it. I'm not sure how to answer. Maybe something with a teacher would say? No, I should say my real feelings. It's not the time for this anyway. Alright, so what is a school? Answer directly, vaguely, or focus on first aid. That's interesting. An interesting dialogue tree. Let's go directly. I mean, let's just tell him what it is.
勉強するところだ。授業を受けてテストを受けたりするんだよ。
The whole shebang.
授業？テスト？なんだそれ。
ああ、はいはい。詳しいことは後で話してやるからな。それより今はラブラモンを治療してやらなきゃ。早く。でもあれ、どういうことだ？
いや、いないどころか様子おかしくねえか？
本当だ。なんでこんなボロボロに。
もしかして俺たちが気絶してる間に群発地震のでかいのが来ちまったのか？
ミノルも気絶してたのか？
ああ、俺も葵さんもな。
どうして？一体何があったの？
それを知りたいのは俺の方ですよ。どうなってんだこれ。ただでさえもうじき日が暮れるってのによ。夜の校舎すら普通に怖いのに、こんな廃墟じゃ。や
めてよ、私まで怖くなっちゃ
う。落ち着けミノル、俺がいるから大丈夫だ。
そうよ、葵は私が守るわ。
気絶してたのってどれくらいかな？僕は小1時間と気絶していなかったと思うけど。
俺たちもそれくらいかな。
スマホの時計で見る限り間違いないわね。日付も変わってないし、通信で時間が合わせられなくてもこれくらいで時間が狂うことはないはずよね。
じゃあそのわずかな間に何かが起きたってことか？
破壊兵器とか天変地異で朽ち果てたとか？じゃあなんで草ぼうぼうになってんだよ。
確かにこれは単に衝撃で破壊された感じじゃない。長い時間をかけて朽ちていったような。
気にはなるけど、今はラブラモンの手当てができればそれでいいわよ。とにかく中へ入りましょう。
へえ、中もボロボロだ。床とか抜けたりしないよな。
ありえなくないな。気をつけて歩こ
どうしたの？ちょっと大丈夫？ラブラモン。
痛むのか？しっかりしろ。
ラブラモン、大丈夫か？
Labramon fell, wincing. Looks like she was putting up with the pain all this time.
私、救急箱を探してくるわ。保健室にならそういうのあると思うから。
う。まずは1階から探そう。
There's a first aid kit. That was easy. But of course a nurse's office would have one. I'd better bring that bring that first aid kit back to Labramon as soon as I can. Hold on, Labramon. We'll fix you right up. Hey, you two. Something's not right. I decided to check the first aid kit, you see. First aid, you see. The school messed up like this. I wondered, is the medicine even still good? The thing is, the bandages still look clean, and the disinfectant seems okay. It all looks brand new to me. Something isn't right, but at least we can use it. Okay, how's this, Labramon? Wow, this is perfect. Thank you so much. Labramon's happily wagging her tail. She's basically Howie's pet pooch now. I just don't get it. For a second there, I thought we traveled through time or something. But we didn't get in a time machine, and this first aid kit looks brand spanking new. Only the building itself is weathered to hell. This makes no sense. I don't understand. Hopefully we'll run into someone else around here. Hey, Takuma, this is like some kind of bad dream, you know? Sure, I feel the same way, but we can't say if it's a dream or not unless we wake up. Yeah, even if it hurts to pinch your cheek, it might still be a dream. But then the school's all messed up, and we found all these strange creatures. What in the world happened here? Do you guys know anything, Agumon? I don't know what you mean. It's always been like this around here, right? Always? What are you talking about? Ah, but it is as Agumon says. This area has been this way forever, from the moment we were all born into this world. We cannot grasp what you find dubious about all this. Forever, he says? That's impossible. The school looked normal before. Isn't this the same school building? If not, then what is this place? What's going on? What? Please, Aoi, cheer up. Sorry, Takuma. Hey, that was Ryo's voice. Look at Agumon's face. He's here too? Pretty sure that came from the second floor. Okay, it's hero time. Minoru? I won't run away this time. I'm gonna go and save Ryo. Good. Allow me to offer my assistance. Let's go, Aoi. I'll keep you safe. Thank you, Labramon, but don't push yourself. We've only just finished treating you. A little uneasy with all these things up in the air, but let's save it for later. If I focus on what's in front of me, I can keep my mind off of it for a while. Let's go, Takuma. Yeah. Oh, that effect was so fucking cool. That sync is so fucking, like, grody.
2階から声がしたけど、どこなんだ？
たくま、こっち。
ああ、間違いない。行くぞ。りょう、ぶつか。
来るな。え？おいおい、これ何が起きてんの？
りょうくんの前に大きな芋虫？
コレモン。
なんだあいつは。アグモン、知ってるか？
知らない。でも怒っているようには見えないよ。
あいつの名前は確かクネモンのはずだ。
クネモン？
It's true. Koromon doesn't look like he's trying to attack him. Even so, Ryo looks pretty scared of him.
ねえ君、大丈夫？その子は多分遊びたいんだよ。
I mean, well, it's understandable, right? Why Agumon or Falcomon are like, who cares? It's just, you know, Kunemon. If you saw a bug that was like 2 feet tall, I'm sure you would freak the fuck out as well. Because holy shit, like Kunemon is like cute in design, but if you think about it being real, that shit's fucking scary. Then again, so would be like a small dinosaur like Agumon, so I'm pretty sure Ryo's about to freak the fuck out.
恐竜の化け物だ。化け物じゃないよ。アグモンだよ。
That's so
化
cute.
け物なんて失礼しちゃうわ。
まったくだ。
I concur.
しゃべった。
りょう、とにかくアグモンも敵じゃないから、さあ落ち着いて。
なんだよおめえ、下級生のくせに上級生呼び捨てかよ。
It'll be tough to get to get Ryo to come with us while he's still panicking.
この子、たくまたちの仲間なのか？
どうやら人間のようだし、そうなのだろうが。
なんだか情けないわね。
こんな時でもやっぱ嫌なやつのままで安心しましたよ、りょう先輩。
うるせえ。いいか、こいつだけじゃないんだぞ、ここの化け物は。幽霊もいたし、なんかすげえでっかい化け物もこの先に。この先ってどこら辺です？
At any rate, looks like Ryo's got a new friend in Kunemon. Kind of. What's the ghost and monster Ryo was talking about, though? What's his feeling? It's like someone's been watching us for a while. Is there something else here with us?
なんだよ、今の音は。
I should probably do this, though, before I forget. I should probably save. Because it's been a while. It does have an autosave feature, but it's been a while since we actually saved them. Or I think that was my last save.
もしかして これってラップ音とか？あっちか？それとも。
ふざけんなよてめえ。そんなことがあるわけ。
I definitely heard something, but a ghost? Maybe we should wait and see what happens.
寮のやつ、ずいぶん怯えているな。ビビりすぎて幻覚でも見てんじゃねえの？
いや、確かにこの者が言うように、この建物内に怪しい気配が漂っている。
マジで？
そうね、嫌な匂いがするわ。
一体何がいるんだろうな。なあ、タクマ、あっちの方写真を撮ってみようぜ。
あっち？
The place he was looking at before, huh?
神社の時も何か変なもんが映ったし、もしかしたらここでも映るかもしれないじゃん。
ちょっとミノルくん、こんな時にふざけている場合じゃないでしょ。
待って葵さん、何もわからない状況だから試してみようよ。
もうタクマくんまで。わかったわ。
こんな時にカメラかよ。のんきなもんだな。ち、勝手にしろ。
Do what you want. Yeah. Nothing really stands out to me here. Maybe I'll learn something if I use my camera.
何か映るかな。早く試してみようぜ。
Okay. We could talk to them or bust out the camera, but let's check out everything first. There's a faint trace of chalk left over here. The date, the name of the person on duty that day, it's hard to tell for sure. Agumon. Takuma. What's that thin thing you have? It's a smartphone. It can make phone calls, surf the web, take pictures, you name it. Wow! Let me see. No way. Those claws of yours will slice it to pieces. Oh, no. Oh, poor Agumon. What is this? I have a bad feeling here. Bad feeling? About what? I can't say for sure. Thank you for finding the first aid kit, Takuma. You're welcome. You're looking way better now. Yeah, my wound's all closed up. It doesn't even hurt to move. Human tools are amazing. A wound like that healed with a little antiseptic? These guys are strange. Yo, Takuma, take some shots around here with your camera. Okay, don't rush me. Takuma, what is this snapping pics Minoru speaks of? One of this phone's function lets you turn what you see into a picture. Heavens! Such things are possible? Fascinating. May I take a closer look at this device, sir? Maybe later. You have giant claws, too. I don't get you guys. How can you hang out with these things like it's nothing? I don't have a good answer for that. I wigged out the first time, but they're good guys. Just gotta get used to them. The heck you mean, good guys? Good? If you say so, I can kinda... Don't just come at me like that. The desks are casually stacked in a pattern one would never see in school. The arms are made of wood. I bet the weight makes them hard to move for cleaning. And then Koromon. Good. Oh, hello? Good. Yeah, what you said. I have no idea what it's saying. Yeah, so if you don't know Digimon, not all of them can speak. Some are like Koromon, that are more like animalistic. It's weird, I think most of the, like, baby insects don't speak, but, or even some of the other ones, I think, like, even its evolved forms do speak to an extent, but some of them, like this, like Koromon, they just give them, like, hissing sounds or whatever, because, I mean, there are technically, because, I mean, you could say, like, well, Gotsumon can talk, right, like, the guys that we beat up earlier, and they're golems, right, they're, like, made of stone. They can talk, but why can't a bug, like, speak? Who knows? Digimon's weird. But I think that's it for this. So now let's bust out our phone. Actually, wait, before we do. If we check the map, we're now near the classroom. So an old classroom, desks and chairs are strewn about with blackboards on two sides. The walls and floors are cracked. Neat. Did I actually leave and come back? Yeah. That's fucking weird, but sure. Anyways, let's okay. Uh-oh. Huh? Oh, that's fucking creepy, man. A spider web? Be on your guard, everyone.
なんだよ、見せろよ、タクマ。あれ？いつの間にこんなのが。
うわ、なんだこれ。白いベトベトの糸でいっぱいだ。
Whoa, spiderweb suddenly appeared all over. The world?
注意した方がいい。まだ何か気配を感じるぞ。
何かって。タクマ、なんかやばいぜ。逃げよ
う。What? Let's make like a bread truck and haul buns?
おい、りょう！急に叫ぶのやめろって！マジでビビるだろ！
ちょっと、葵？ねえ、葵どこ？返事をして！
どうしたんだ、ラブラモン。
葵がいないの。ねえ、嘘でしょ？葵！
本当だ。葵さん。
今の今までそこにいたのに。
しまった。いつの間に。
Really?
化け物？
ああ、そうだ。得体の知れない化け物がさらっていったんだ。嘘じゃねえよ。すげえ早くて一瞬のことだったけど、確かに葵をさらって消えてった。俺は見たんだ。見てたんだよ。
なあ、アグモン。葵さんをさらったのもお前たちと同じような生き物なのか？
ああ、早くて何かまでは分からなかったけど。
嘘だろ？全然気づかなかったぞ。そんな速さで襲われたらどうすりゃいいんだよ。
骨門の時と同じだ。見た目だけじゃなく常識外れの力があることも考えるべきだった。
このカメラに映ってるのってクモの巣だよな。食われちまうのか俺ら。
やだ、そんなのあってたまるか。ママ、ママ。
一瞬嫌な気配がしたんだが、あまりの素早さで気づいた時には葵はさらわれていた。
Why'd you fucking say anything, Valkamon?
もっと周りを気にすればよかったのかな。
It was like shit, I felt something weird in the air, and then by the moment I felt that, fucking Aoi was gone.
やっと出会えたのに。
Oh no.
毛でも直してもらったのに。葵。
すまない、ラブラモン。
Everyone is so scared and confused. Even me. Can't get my head straight.
なあ、タクマ、これからどうする？
どうするもこうするもねえだろ。早くここから逃げるに決まってるだろうが。
何言ってんだ。葵さん置いていく気か？
今から追いかけても間に合わねえよ。もう
まだそうだと決まっていないと思うけど、どうすればいいのか。
とにかくこのままじゃ葵が危ないわ。手分けして葵を探しましょう。
Worried about Aoi too, but you're gonna explore the den of an unseen enemy? We must be just scared, if not more so. We've got to do something. Damn it, what should we do? Interesting. No, let's hurry up and save her.
確かに葵さんが心配だ。
No!
急いで葵さんを助け出そう。
No, we don't split up. Talk about if I knew that was the split up option, we would have not chosen that.
そうだね、タクマン。
God damn it, we're gonna get picked off one by one.
おう、行くぜファルコモン。承知。
嘘だろ。
ありがとう。それじゃあ別れて探しましょう。
Oh!
私先に行くわ。みんなもお願いね。
タクマン、僕たちも行こう。
Fucking damn it, dude.
ああ、絶対に葵さんを取り戻そう。
Oh no. Exploration. Okay, so there's a bunch of rooms. You've unlocked a free battle on your map. You can go do battle here in the strange place where monsters gather. This allows you to gain items and experience as well as recruit new monsters for your team. The enemies that appear in free battle will change based on story progress. It's a crucial place to improve your combat ability. Train up here before a big fight. When I get some experience with it now, select free battle from the list of locations. Okay, sure. Karma will affect Agumon's Karma? Oh god. Oh, okay, difficulty. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that remains. We'll make sure with the next battle. Start battle. You can talk to enemies in free battle, which is a good way to gain items, allies, and more. So now it's Shin Megami Tensei. To do so, you'll need to navigate a conversation and improve a monster's mood. Let's give it a try. Choose the talk command. Okay. Switch to the enemy tabs using L1 or R1. And it'll bring up a list of enemies. Try talking to Betamon. Okay. Betamon. Sometimes you should act on emotion instead of logic, don't you think? Conversations with enemies involve choosing answers to their questions. Your opponent will ask 3 questions. Choose the answers you think they'll be receptive to. Okay. So, be true to yourself? Sure, why not? Looks like we're kindred spirits. Or it looks like we're kindred spirits. Answering well will appeal to the monster and it will slowly open up to you. Different enemies have different preferences, so keep trying until you figure it. Now, let's see how this goes. What would you do if someone told you an idea you believed in was incorrect? Get annoyed? Sure, why not? Whoa, is this what it means to have common ground? I'd like to avoid a pointless battle if possible. Yeah, same. Then let's go. It looks like you and I can truly understand each other. What do you want from me? Betamon seems to have opened up to you. It's asking you what you want from it. Right now, you need all the allies you can get. Select Be My Demon. Worthy of my allegiance? Holy fuck, dude, he's well spoken. You now have a new ally, and you've bolstered your numbers while lowering the enemies. Even if a monster opens up to you, though, it may not always join your team. The stronger the enemy, the more difficult it will be to recruit. Other options always work. You may need to try multiple times to get a monster you really like on your team. Like with Mothman in Shin Megami Tensei 5, where if you try to recruit him and you have a full party, he won't join you, right? Because you have a full party. But then once you open up some space and you talk to a Mothman again, he'll be like, well, if it isn't the douchebag with too many friends. Alright, so now we've got a Betamon that we can try to fight. So if you look closely, Kunimon and Betamon, if you look at their signs, there's a little sun. That's the virus attribute. So vaccine types are great against them. So let's just have Falcomon run up to him and scratch smash him. As you can see, he's weak to it. turn end. Right. And let's look at Labramon real quick. So what do you have? Cure Liquor. Does this do anything specific? Restores target's HP. Okay. Neat. So she's gonna be our healer, an all-arounder. All-arounder. What about, Koromon here? What do you have? Electric Thread? Chance to paralyze? Yes. Low chance of paralyzing them. You move very little. That is unfortunate. That's fine now. Let's have you come here. And, I mean, you can't really attack. So we'll just have you, wait. Okay, there's Betamon. He's gonna attack us from the side. Ooh. But I won't. This might do it. Hold the key. Not yet, but a side attack is nice. And let's just answer. We could technically again pump up our party members, but we're good. Can you hit from there? No. Okay. Actually, let's do... Oh, we can't talk with you. Okay. And attack. Get owned. All right. Rewards Betamon. Okay. So one other thing to note is, since if you buy this game right now on Steam at least, it does give you Agumon. I'm not sure when we get him. I don't really care too much about Agumon. He's not really like a Digimon I like too much. But I mean, if you buy the game technically now, I think it's up until like August or something, or until like the end of August, you get it like as a Digimon later on or whatever. Check our library, he might be in there. Nope, doesn't seem like he is. Are these all the rookies? They might be. I think that's Gilmon. That might not be it, actually. Hold on. Because I see Gazimon, I see Garurumon, I see Vegimon, and Shellmon, and Metamon, and Koboterimon. And I see a bunch of others. But I mean, for 113 Digis, I mean, that's not too bad. Like, the number count is kind of low, but hey, if this series actually takes off, maybe we'll see more. Which would be pretty cool. Either way. Let's save again. And if I check the status of everyone, which I don't think I actually did. Are you missing HP? I can't tell if you're missing HP or not. I think he is. Sure. Raises target's physical defense. Looks kind of metallic. Teeth like mine couldn't put a dent in it. So this buffs up your defense too. What about your evolution paths? You only have one. That's kind of lame. But Kunimon. You also only have one. Betamon? Oh, sweet. You have Deltamon. We can have Seedramon or Tuskmon. And then who else? So if we go this route with Deltamon, we can get Megadramon into, or Megidramon into Mugendramon. Or if we go with Seedramon, we could get, I think that's also just Megidramon, or the other one, like the blue one, into Metal Seedramon. Then Tuskmon into... No, Metal Seedramon's the last one. Mega Seedramon's the one right next to Tuskmon. Below that we've got Triceramon, and I can't tell who the other two are. But interesting. It wouldn't be too bad to have other variations. Maybe Seedramon to have some water or ice damage or whatever it might be in this game. And then we have Labramon, who... Can't see what you can evolve into. But that's fine. Let's check our profile again real quick too. So we don't have a super strong affinity with everyone else though, but hopefully this we can start bringing it up. That way, well, they start, you know, performing better in battle. Because if we look at the team attacks, yeah, there you can see the little bar is a little higher for supports with her compared to Minoru, and then he's just average like him. All right, anyways, let's go ahead and check out the gym. Let's keep just checking everything. An abandoned gym, we could probably use it for exercise, but we need to be careful of the cracks in the floor. Is Aoi around here? Let's find out. So what do we have? Just Agumon and the door. I wonder if Aoi's sad about being taken. I'm sure she is, and probably scared too. We have to save her fast. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, save Aoi. Looks like the gym is up ahead. Boy, I can't get this door to move an inch. It's no good. We can't figure out if the source of the sound... sorry. So good if we can't figure out the source of the sound unless we open the door. Let's check other places for now. What if we bring out the camera, though? Probably nothing. Just normally, if it's a place you can like interact with, like Agumon or the door, you could probably take a picture of it. Anyways, let's check the cafeteria. Don't see Aoi anywhere around here. If you have time to complain, you should use it to look for her. I'm sorry. Labramon's right. Now's not the time to lose our nerve. For now, let's focus on looking for Aoi. Yeah. It didn't sound like he was complaining. It was more like, yeah, I don't know where she is, dude. Dishes, nutrition chart, a locker, and a menu. There's plenty of food I've never seen on my school's menu. Older items are posted up here, too. Some of the food in the carts lined up here have wheels missing. We should be careful when we use them. Oh, this is... Is that sake? Ew! That stinks! It always smells like this. It's called vinegar. We use it in cooking. Okay, so it's vinegar, never mind. Still, it's not that useful on its own. Get in the way. I'll leave it here for now. Small text is written below the pie chart. It seems like a date of some kind, but the print is too faded to read properly. The pots and silverware are old and look like toys, yet they're surprisingly clean. Aoi, where are you? Answer me. Labramon, still no sign of her? No, nothing at all. You have gone. Labramon's in a panic. She's incredibly worried about Aoi. It's gonna be okay. We're all looking for her. We'll find her in no time. Yeah, you're right. I'll turn it up a notch. We'll definitely save her. How desperate she is. We've got to track down Aoi. I'll go check somewhere else. Okay, go for it. I mean, she can probably pick up her scents, right? Like, being a Labrador and all. Is Aoi around here? Let's find out. So we've got toilets, a waterway, stalls, and Agumon. Let's go the other way. This building's so old, I wasn't sure what to expect, but I guess a toilet's a toilet. True? Oh, I think I found something, Takuma. Oh yeah? You think it's safe to use these things we find around here? Well, it doesn't look dirty or anything. Hold on to it for now. Thanks, Agumon. You're very welcome. I don't see Aoi anywhere around here. Right. Let's go check next door. What? But that's the girl's room. No, she could be in there. Now's not the time to get flustered about such things. Okay, I'm going in. She's not in there either. Yeah, you're right. Japanese-style toilet, but at least it's something I'm used to. I was worried it might have been, like an outhouse or something. I believe these are the toilets that are on the ground. Like, think of like a toilet seat, but it's on the floor. Kind of, and it's facing the opposite way. So like it's weird. It's one of the like toilets you have to squat in, if I recall. Looks like the water's running. That's good. After all, not being able to wash my hands after using the bathroom would be gross. True, true. That's it. Oh wait, I should probably. Well, I was gonna check the camera, but might as well, real quick. So you never know. For all we know, there's gonna be like a toilet Digimon. Nope. Alright, so what did this say again? An old toilet, apparently the plumbing is working, but still doesn't seem very hygienic. An old faculty room, desks, chairs, and office supplies are strewn about, and the walls and the floor are cracked. Alright, let's search with the phone first. Oh, look at that. There is something here, but I can't search it. There's something here too. And then anything else? The above or below? Okay, so let's look around and then we'll use the phone. I feel like there's something here. I should have checked with my camera. Okay, so I guess it'll tell us anytime we think we see something. Address book. This is crazy. It's got addresses and phone numbers of all the teachers and students. That's important personal information. Should this book just be lying here like this? True. I wonder if there's medicine around here. In these drawers, for example. Oh, I found something. South pack. Vice Principal's desk. Hey, Takuma, check this out. This chair's this chair's all soft and comfy. Yeah, looks just as fancy as the desk. Someone important must have sat here. But who'd be in the faculty room? Sorry, who'd be in the faculty room who was more important than the teachers? That's weird. And a teacher's desk. Man, just standing in front of a teacher's desk makes me nervous. It's like a reflex. Which I guess makes sense. I only ever went to the faculty room when I was in trouble. Yeah, so compared to like the US, right? Usually in the US you have classrooms, right? And in those classrooms there will be a teacher's desk. Or if it's a lab, it'll be a lab with a desk as well. And that's usually where the teacher will do all their work. In Japan, it's not like that. In Japan you'll have a classroom with desks, and that's it. Maybe a podium in the front for the teacher to, you know, speak from, or there'll be some sort of desk-like structure, like a table or something, and like that's it. They all have a faculty room, so usually each floor is divided into a grade, right? So the lowest grade is at the bottom of the school, the highest grade's at the top of the school. So let's say, I don't know, like, I don't know, if it's middle school, like first grade middle school, first floor, second grade middle school, second floor, third grade middle school, third floor. And each classroom will have just desks and that's it, while the faculty rooms in each floor will have the teachers' desks for everyone, for all the teachers in the school, for that grade. So in this case, this would be the faculty room for whatever floor we're in or wherever we're at. And that's it. That's why there's teachers' desks here instead of like in the other classrooms, like the one that we were at the beginning. But now that we've actually explored this, let's see what it says. If we look at it. What's this? Bandages. Cool. Anything else? We check maybe here. And more bandages. Alright, and that's it. I guess. I don't think I see anything else. Out we go. Okay, an old classroom. Desks and chairs are strewn about, with blackboards on two sides. The walls and floors are cracked. So we're back to where we were a bit ago. Oh, did not mean to. It's the world map. I meant to bust out the phone. Let's see what there's anything here. Blackboard again? Nope. Alright. Let's start here. There's a faint trace of chalk left over. Date name person. Okay, so this is the room that we were literally just in a bit ago. Oh, there's something strange about this window. Hey, Takuma, is there something up with this window? Huh? Hey, Takuma, I can't open it. Even with your strength, Agumon? I'm gonna try to break the glass. Hey, hold on. Yeah. No way, not even my claws can break it? Seriously? Well, no adults are around, so might as well give it a shot. It? What's it? I've always wanted to try something like this. What? Not even a chair will break it? Feels like the spiderwebs are absorbing the impact. Is that even possible? What's this enemy we're facing? I wonder. Alright, Koromon, what do you have to say? Sorry, I don't have a clue what you're saying. Just look after Rio, would you? He's happy to do that. That's cute. Alright, Rio. So this is where you went, Rio? Since when are we on a first name basis? Now, let's all get along, shall we? Play nice, and I bet Koromon will make a great partner for you. Ah, he's blushing. Ah, look at him. Yeah, right. With all due respect, Rio, are you trembling? Shut up. It's weird when you get polite like that all of a sudden. Just when you're just making fun of me. Sorry, you're just making fun of me like that, Minoru. So say whatever you want, see if I care. Oh, yeah. Weren't you with Minoru? Yeah, up until a second ago. But she ditched me. Now let's cheer him up. Come on, man. Don't be like that. Here, let's all go back together. Safe and sound, you know? Stop spouting the obvious. I bet you're scared out of your mind. You're gonna keep looking around. You're gonna be okay here? You know it. It's way safer to stay in here than wander around like a jerk. Koromon says, I'll protect him if anything happens. You can understand it? Kinda? I see. Then it's all good, I guess. Give a shout if anything happens, okay? I mean, I'm sure we will hear Rio, like, scream his lungs out if anything happens. Something's on the floor here. Okay, another salve. Desk is the same thing. Ugh, the webs got inside the drawers. That's kind of gross. Huh? Is this a spirit lamp? Huh? What kind of gadget is that? How do we use this thing? You can light it on fire and burn things. We could use it for light now, too. But we can't grab it now. The cobwebs are in the way. Guess we gotta remember that. You're not kidding. Not even my claws can dig it out. It's so sticky. I bet it would be useful to us, but we have to take care of those webs first. Hey, what the heck are you guys doing? Oh, it's, you, Rio. How do I explain? I heard you, trying to melt the webs, right? Jeez, let me sneak right up on you. Kid. I bet vinegar would do the trick. Really? You think so? I went around my house as a kid peeling stickers off stuff. Man, my mom was pissed. Back then, I always thought that it's easier to remove stickers with vinegar. Man, my mom sure was cool back then. Kiwi? I didn't say anything. Anyway, all you need to know is that vinegar unsticks the sticky stuff. Vinegar? Thanks, Rio. That's a big help. Better go look for some vinegar, Agumon. Let's go. Way ahead of you. Alright, so we know where some of that is. Anything else? Nope. Alright then, let's go back to the kitchen. Or cafeteria. Let's get some vinegar. What should be over here. In the locker. And there's vinegar. Ugh. Yeah, we should be able to melt the cobwebs in the desk with this. Let's take it with us. So I have a pretty good idea as to like what the boss of this area is going to be. I mean, it should be pretty obvious if you're, you know, a Digimon fan to some extent. So imagine just throwing that bottle at it. Just throwing vinegar at it. That'd be pretty fucked up. Oh, there's 2 desks. Did we check this one? Casually stack the pattern. Right, okay, so that's the... Alright, let's get it. Use the vinegar. Tried pouring some vinegar on the webs, but I didn't see any difference. I didn't say it'd work on the webs, just that it stops sticky things from being sticky. Look, Takuma, it isn't sticky anymore. I can pull the webs off, no problem. Really? Go on then, take care of the rest. Way ahead of you. And there, I took it all off. Vinegar really did the trick. Thanks again, Ryo. Yeah, thanks. Huey. Whatever. We get worked up on every little thing. We can take the spirit lamp with us. Oh, but we'll need something to light it. Hopefully we find something around here. Yeah, I was about to be like, maybe the baby dinosaur that we have that spits flame. Wait, what? You can do that too? Have you not been paying attention? Yeah, I'm strong, I tell you. Let's see. How strong is this flame exactly? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Guess we got our hands on something good. Now we just have to find Aoi. To the search! Cool. So now we've progressed quite a bit actually, so that's good. I think we'll stop after the boss of this area for tonight. And then maybe we'll continue early on tomorrow. Alright, so let's do the 2nd floor. Up here. It's just 3. Right, music room door. This is a music room? Shoot, the door's stuck. Must be more spider webs keeping it shut. Not even my claws can cut these strings. Yeah, it's all icky. Oh, well, let's check out other places for now. I mean, I assume we don't have the vinegar anymore, quote unquote. I feel like something's here. Should I check with my camera? And then we've got Agumon Evolves. Looking here again? Nah, the door won't budge, and I don't think anyone's around. Let's come back later. Try send someone inside. Wait, really? Maybe it's my imagination. Oh. Bit curious, but oh well. We'll come back in a little bit. Alright, let's bust that up phone. That shadow. What should I do? Of course we're gonna fight. Whatever it might be. Betamons. Okay, so it really is like Super What War, so we can sortie up to 5. It doesn't really matter who goes where. Let's go. Let's try talking to one of them though, if we can. Not for recruitment purposes, but for items. And let's see what items we can get. So, act on logic. Yeah. True. How do the clouds in the sky look to you? I want to ride one. Whoa! I like to avoid a pointless battle, so yeah, let's bounce. Okay. What do you want from me? So let's try items. I'll give you this. Bandages. Okay, never mind. Right then, Falcomon. And turn end. This way. Okay, so he did take damage. Like, and he doesn't recover, so I guess that's normal, or that's to be expected. Let's go ahead and do this, as it'll restore our HP. 200? Holy fuck! Well, that was a fuck ton of SP now that I think about it. Let's move Agumon here. And let's have you baby flame this guy. Oh wait, there's boxes? There's destructible objects? Well, we can... Where away are you? Kind of. I don't think we can reach it from here, can we? We cannot. We are off by one. Okay, in that case, let's move you up here. I also didn't check the difficulty now that I think about it, to see if it actually remained. We'll just have you wait then. And turn, face this way. Koromon can move here. You can't attack at all. Nope. So we'll have you wait. This way. And then Betamon, you can move here. And you can't attack either. So you in turn. You unfortunately cannot get him, or get that box, I mean. So, let's do a normal attack. These dudes are fucking tough though, like, they have more than 100 HP, which is crazy for, like, you know, like starting enemies. No. You only have physical attacks, right? Yes. Well, let's move you closer. And that's it. Turn it. Agumon, you can go ahead and break this box open. See what we get. Ribs. Okay. That's just like a picture of generic meat, I assume, in this game. Or generic item, generic image for any sort of meat item. And we'll have you wait. It's this way. Let's have Betamon from here. Yep. Alright, Falcomon. Lock him up. From behind. And enter. I guess he's gonna come behind us probably, or from the side. It's pretty unfortunate, but we should be able to heal you up from here. Liquor. This costs 25. Sheesh. Alright, Agumon, move it. Koromon should be able to get him from behind. And turn it. Oh shit, fucking Falcomon is paralyzed. 1, 2. Well, it doesn't matter. Betamon isn't gonna, like, do anything here. This match. So we'll just enter. It don't matter. Uh-oh. Falcomon. Motherfucker. I'll have you move, and then just wait, I guess. This one Betamon is, like, kinda kicking our asses. Just a little bit. Anyways, this should do it. Pew. Makes me wonder what the boss is gonna be like. If this is just one dude? Fuck. Alright, everyone leveled up. Let's see if a level up actually restores HP. 380 to 389. So, let's see. So let me quickly check our status. Yep, nope, Falcomon's back up to max. And your SP's back up to max. So that's cool then. So leveling up does restore your stats, which is good. Let's go ahead and save again. And I guess that's it, huh? Yeah, there's nothing else. Can we talk to Agumon? Let's go look somewhere else. Okay. So I guess we can try to do the boss fight now. Let's see what this is like. You're in the corridor. Oh yeah. This corridor is the second floor of the abandoned school. An old school hallway. The walls and floors have crumbled in places due to disuse, and it's overgrown with weapons. There's Minoru. I should talk to him. Or, well, what options do we have? We've got the ceiling, Agumon, cobwebs, and Minoru. And if we check here, there's nothing there. I'm sure there's more to the side, but no actual things to scan or whatever. Okay. Go in here. Oh. It's because I thought it was like right next to us, like to the left here, but no, it's an entire like, you know, rotation. Anyway, let's check the cobwebs and go from there. So look at all these spider webs. The floor's all sticky. It feels gross. It's a little too big for spiders then. And aren't these threads way too thick for spider webs? And so sticky. They aren't exactly easy to cut either. Yeah, this is no ordinary web. What's going on here? Careful, Takuma. I can feel something watching us. Something? Come on, you're scaring me, buddy. Don't worry, I'll protect you. That's nice of him. That's cute. Huh? Just now What is it, Takuma? My ears might be playing tricks on me. I thought I heard something on the ceiling. Hmm? Oh, I think your ears work just fine, Takuma. There's something moving around up there, too. It's scary. Does that mean the enemy has a way to move around up there? Uh-oh. Jim was just beyond here, but the door is gummed up by spider webs. Threads are sticky and elastic, so we can't cut them easily. I'm ashamed. Had I only been more vigilant, Aoi would still be with us. It's not your fault, Falcomon. Don't beat yourself up about it. We just have to hurry and find her. You're correct. It will not absolve me. But I shall dedicate my all to the search. My reading today is not great. Right, Minoru, what's up? Wait, what? This ain't good, Takuma. The door to the outside won't open. What? Uh-oh. Curses. Even my strength is not enough to budge it. This means someone or something has locked us in here? Monster that took Aoi, you think? Damn it. Don't think it'll be that easy. We won't let you take us like you did Aoi. Right you are. Let's proceed with care. Minoru and Falcomon are raring to go. Those two will be just fine. You okay, Mamoru? Your face. Come on. Behind you. Behind me? What the? I just saw a little kid by the stairs, but now there's nothing there. Oh, jeez, old man. Chill out, Minoru. It's gone now, whatever it was. You don't think that was a Osuke? Sure. Should we check it out? I went to the second floor. Come on, Agumon. Yeah. So by the music room? Yeah. Let's see. Is Aoi around here? Fuck. Oh, we're not even supposed to be here. It's the other room right below this. The classroom. I should talk to him. Should you? Is there anything else? I don't think there's gonna be anything new. Let me check with Agumon real quick though. Still hasn't opened up to Kunemon from the looks of things. Kunemon's so nice. Well, I get how he feels. Of course you'd be scared with all the crazy stuff happening. But you're not scared, Takuma? Nope. I wonder why not. I probably should be now that I think about it. Maybe it's because I'm with you. Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, that's mean. That is mean. What the fuck, Takuma? He's trying to make you feel nice. Or feel better. Sorry, I'm counting on you, Agumon. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if Kunamon has anything new to say. Cute. Nope. You think it's lonely since Ryo won't hang with it? Oh, is that it, Kunamon? Cute? You seemed a bit confused. Are we off the mark? You think? Alright, Ryo. The hell? The hell, man? Cute. What's wrong, Ryo? Did something happen? Seems pretty scared, doesn't he? A ghost. I saw a freaking ghost. Yeah, I saw it too. Still, I don't know if it really is a ghost yet. Of course that thing's a friggin' ghost. That girl wasn't among the living. Huh? A girl? But the one I saw was a boy. You're kidding me. We gotta deal with a bunch of spooks on top of that monster? What's that sound? It's kind of nice. It's a piano. It's coming from the... Is it coming from the music room? I want to check it out, but Ryo's gone and passed out. Is it okay to leave him here? Cute. Kunamon says he'll look after him. Cool. He's all yours then. Let's go to the music room, Agumon. Yeah. We should be able to. Too many webs, and then we'll be able to open it. But we've got vinegar. Right? Still, that piano is definitely coming from inside. Someone has to be in there. What do you think we should do, Agumon? I'm sorry, Takuma. Not even my claws will work here. I see. That's a problem. Should I just go ahead and try to call out to them? Hey, is anybody in there? If there is, please respond. No response. In fact, it's dead silent in there. What's going on in there? Don't tell me it's actually a ghost. Huh. I swear I can feel someone in there, though. At any rate, it doesn't look like we can get in there. Let's go someplace else. Where to? To the gym. Should I check the door? Well, let's talk to Agumon first. I know something's fishy about this spot. Yeah, but how do we get to the other side? Do you think me and Labramon could force it open together? Maybe. Let's ask. Is there anything else? Nope, just up there. Oh, yeah, I can sense your presence. What? Really? It's somewhere around here, but where? Alright. So before we do... Let's save again. Oh, he's in there. I feel it. Okay, so we know she's in there at least. Hold on, Aoi. We're coming to save you. Damn it, the door won't budge. I don't see a lock anywhere. Is it those spider webs? What should we do, Takuma? What do I do? What do I do? She's just on the other side and yet... To protect her. Why can't I protect her? Poor Labramon. Her precious person is so close, but she can't do anything about it. What should I do for Labramon? We'll try talking to her. It'll be okay, Labramon. If we work together, we'll definitely rescue her. But how? We can't get past this door. That's... Well, the enemy has to get out of there, so maybe there's another path. Oh yeah, that makes sense. There must be another way in. I'll try and sniff it out. Wait, Labramon! What? I got a message? But how? I thought the camera was the only thing working. What the? Doesn't make any sense. It's just a string of random symbols. Well, that's Japanese, Takuma. Something wrong, Takuma? Nope, just forget about it. You can send a message like this. Put it in the back burner for now. Let's go look too, Agumon. Way ahead of you. Don't think there's anything else here. Oh, I should. Well, I was gonna check with the phone, but it doesn't matter. Let's go back to the faculty. I should look around here. Anything new? I think someone's here. Really? Let's take a look. Well, seems like it. Huh? I hear a noise up ahead. Is someone there? God, these panning effects are so nice. Is it the enemy? Don't worry, it's just Labramon. Takuma, Agumon. Labramon, so that's where you were. Sorry, Takuma. I thought I'd find some kind of clue, but no luck. Let's confirm it. Calm down now. Let's try looking again. If we give up here, we won't be able to save Aoi. Yeah, you're right. I won't give up. I'll try looking someplace else. Hey, wait, Labramon! Who's that child? Oh, come on now. Don't play games with us. There was a child walking in that hallway over there. Hold up. Is it the ghost from before? There's a dead end there's a dead end up there. Let's go. I'll go ahead. Ow. Don't push yourself with that injury. The two of us will go. Yeah. Okay, it's up to you. I'll wait here. And in the toilet. Is there an entrance here to the gym? Hey, this place is empty. Really? Yeah, but I can feel something there. Okay, let's take a look around. I assume with our phone, maybe. Unless there's a specific spot. Yeah, the ceiling. Nothing else? Let's see what Agumon says. These guys I'm sensing, they don't seem bad. So they didn't take Aoi then? Probably not. I can't say for sure. They're really good at hiding themselves. So we can't let our guard down. At any rate, let's search the area. Oh. This board in the ceiling looks loose. I wonder if I can move it. Just tore it off. Oh look, we did it, Agumon. Now we can get into the crawl space. Woohoo! That's great, Takuma. Did she go through here? I mean, she can't be a ghost. I'm gonna go through here, but do you think it's safe? Enemies have been using this crawl space too. We don't have time to look for another way. Things will just get worse. Yeah, you're right. Oh no. Yeah, there's tons of cobwebs here too. Still, no way through but forward. I'll save again just in case. This shit's fucking scary, man. Like crawl spaces covered in cobwebs. Ah, it's creepy. Let's go, Agumon. Yeah, let's go.
Kumoの巣がこんなところにもあるのか。
うわ、ベトベトするよ。
まずい。こんな状況で襲われたら抵抗なんてできないぞ。
あ、タクマ、あそこに光が。
本当だ、光が見えるぞ。アグモン、急ごう。
わあ。
ようやく着いた。アグモン、大丈夫か？
ベトベトになっちゃった。
もうウイグイ。
まあ怪我とかはしてないみたいだな。
Mozart and Beethoven. Bach, I think it was. You don't see too well.
それでここはピアノ、楽譜、もしかして音楽室か。
たくま、誰かいる。
Oh, what the fuck?
幽霊？
見つかっちゃったな。はあ、
人間？
Well, he's talking and I can't see through him, so I guess that rules out the ghost theory. Still, they don't exactly feel like normal people to me either. Yes. Skin deathly pale against the moonlight, faces without expression. They look unreal. What's their deal?
君たちは
早くこの学校から出て行って。あいつらを刺激しないでよ。
The boy's words have a certain bite to them. He doesn't seem to bear any ill will, but he seems to think we're a nuisance. And who is this them he's talking
あい
about?
つらって化け物のことか。
そう。襲われたら君たちじゃ抵抗もできない。
There's something in his words. If he's a kid, is the enemy that strong? I know one thing for sure.
出ていくなんてできないよ。仲間がさらわれたんだ。どうしても助けたい。お願いだ。何か知ってるなら教えてくれないか。
何？お姉ちゃん。
That girl is gesturing to the boy?
わかったよ。あいつらのことを教えてあげるよ。
本当か？
お姉ちゃんがそうしろって言うから。
Sister. So these two are siblings? She seems more cooperative than her brother.
襲ってきたのは大きい雲みたいなやつで、最近いきなりここを住処にした親玉気取りのやつだよ。
ああ、それって毒グモンだな。あいつは嫌なやつだぞ。
Yep. And it's the Agumon.
あいつらの住処は体育館。でもそこは雲の巣で塞がれてる。
ああ、僕たちじゃ開けられなかった。
あいつらは天井裏とか床下を通って学校中を移動してるんだ。
You were right. The sounds we heard up in the crawl space was that thing.
あいつらが使ってる通路への抜け穴が食堂の床下にある。
食堂？そうだったのか。教えてくれてありがとう。
あいつは獲物をさらってもすぐに殺したりしない。でも獲物から食事代わりに精気を吸い取るから、時間が経てば弱って死んでしまう。
Die. Hearing someone else say it really makes it hit home.
助けるなら急いだ方がいいよ。
あ、わかった。
さらった獲物を取り返そうとするなら気をつけて。
Is he worried about us? Should be fine. I have Agumon with me. Still. But will you two be okay?
君たちこそ二人っきりで大丈夫なのかい？
僕たちは平気だよ。あの雲が来る前からずっとこの学校にいて、隠れ場所なんかも知ってるから。
そっか。それじゃあ君たちはここにいてね。
Wait, long before? That doesn't sound very recent at all. I need to focus on the rescue. Oh boy.
僕は行くよ。教えてくれて本当にありがとう。食堂へ急ごう。アグモン。
わかった。
ここに体育館への抜け穴があるのね。
And just in case, we'll save it once again.
あ、そう言ってたけど。あった。本当にあったぞ、抜け穴。
I'm sure there was probably like a board you could lift or something
やったね、たくま。
instead of smashing the fucking floor,
たく
Takuma.
ま、そっちはどうだ？抜け穴ってのはあったか？
だから俺一人置いていく気かよ。
なんだよ、りょう。一人でずっと教室にいたくせに。今度は俺らと一緒がいいのか？
うっせえなんかクモの巣が増えてきて状況が変わったんだよ。
二人とももう少し落ち着け。クネモンだってこんなに冷静なんだぞ。
クネモンはこれ冷静なのか？
ミノル、リョウ、見てくれ。これで葵さんを助けに行ける。ここを抜けるときっと化け物と戦いになる。みんな
もちろんだ、たくま。
当たり前だぜ。
いざ決戦だ。
おい、俺も行くからな。こんなとこで一人にすんじゃねえぞ。
急がなきゃ。待ってて、
ラブラも先に行ったら危ないって。僕たちも行こう。
おう。
やっぱり動きにくいな。光だ。気をつけて。もうすぐ出るよ。これは。
Shafts of moonlight cut through the expanse sparsely, leaving murky pools of darkness. And of course, the whole area is covered in lamps, way more than anywhere else. It's not just the night making it dark, I'm getting a bad feeling from the decay. It's like being in some huge beast's belly. It's giving me a sense of revulsion. I detect squirming in the silence, like prey being melted bit by bit in gastric juices. Holy fuck, dude.
本当にここが敵の住処なんだ。
いた、
葵さん、やべえ、マジで捕まってる。
臆するな、二人とも。クネモンの闘志を見習え。
虫なのか。くそ、ここからじゃわからない。早く助け出さないと。でもどうすれば。
何ぼーっとしてるのよ。行くわよ。
あ、待って、ラブラも一人で行っちゃ。
来たわ。思った通りよ。すごく大きいわ。
こいつが毒グモン。
怖いよ。
ああ、でもやるしかないな。
みんな行くぞ。
Alright, so now we have a boss fight.
改めて向き合うとでかいし強そうだ。でも待てよ、どんなにでかくても雲だよな。
雲。
たくま、教室で手に入れたあれ使えるかもしれない。
あれか、アルコールランプ。
Alcohol lamp. Oh, that's what it is.
こいつでどうだ。
We're gonna fucking throw a Molotov at this thing? Yeah!
火をつけてくれ。
ベビーフレーム。
Holy fuck!
やった、どんどん燃え広がってるぞ。このまま倒しきれるか。って、そうは都合よくいかないな。でも
Oh, shit. I cut it off again. There's lots of little Dokugumons? Okay. Alright, so we only get 2 more to come out with us. What the fuck was Dokugumon? Was he a virus type? Or was he a data type? King insects, it's hard to tell. You know what? Let me look it up. Just to be sure. Dokugumon. This thing is a virus type. Insect virus. So we'll bring... Well, I mean, we'll bring in Falcomon no matter what. And I guess it doesn't really matter who else we bring. Let's bring Kunamon. Why not? I guess in the end it didn't really fucking matter who we brought. We were still bringing Falcomon. And difficulty still set to hard, which is good. Cool. So Agumon or Labramon dies. Fuck. Start bat. Okay. So we've got mini Dokugumons, which is weird. So Venom Blast has a range of 3. They can move. And this is just a normal attack. All-rounder. It's a champion level. Okay. So they're not going with the Japanese names, which is fine, because this would be adult, right, instead of champion. But they are weakest to fire and to wind, and they resist earth. So that should be good. And there's Aoi, and then here's the big Dokugumon. So I guess they do reward you for exploring. In this case, this Dokugumon, as you can see, is missing HP compared to well, the others, right? And then we have a box, and then that's it. So do you have anything special because you're different? Just 1,000 HP total, and then that's it. Okay. In that case, you're gonna move here, and then you're going to wait. Defend. You are going to stay here. You're gonna stay here. And you are gonna in turn this way. Like that. They're not moving. Smart. But neither are we, actually. Where can you move? 2 steps and then hit for 3, right? So you can move here and then 1, 2, 3. Right? 1, 2, 3. No, up to here. So let's have Labramon prepare herself. Interesting, because I'm thinking of putting either Falcomon or Labramon here. Considering that this guy can go here. 2. Okay, we can do it this way then. We can have you move here. And turn end. There. And then we can have you. Actually, we can't move this way. Fuck. Then you're gonna be here, and you're just gonna wait and hope for the best. Same with you. And you are going to end turn, but now you're gonna face this one. So that should encourage you to move. Now he's gonna block instead of attacking, which is fine for us. Alright. So now we can get behind him, but this dude can also move. 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. We'll be fine so long as we move here and attack from this way. Alright. Scratch, smash it. Yeah. And that's it. We'll have you do this. You can actually attack from here. Straight from the front. Ouch. Oh, he's got a retaliation chance? Fuck. I didn't look at the counterattack. Well, you'll be fine that way. You can baby flame from here. Close to killing. Oh, get fucking obliteratomized? Okay, that's one of you. Can we talk to the enemy? No. And you're gonna move. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can move here then. Enter end, and this one, just in case. Okay, here it comes. Oh, I just don't get poisoned. Yeah, he's still waiting. Good. Let's try to see if we can break that box. Here. And scratchy smash. Whew. Good. Wait here. And Laburamon, unfortunately, cannot counterattack. Yeah. Well, you can just wait there then. Have you defend here. Dokugamon should not be able to move. Yeah. Because of this piece of just blockage, I guess. If we move you here and then attack with Pepper Breath, does that count as a side attack or a frontal attack? Side attack. Good. Get owned. And facing this way. I also just realized this motherfucker is here. We'll be fine. And now let's have Kunamon move up here. And wait. We do have to go after that thing, though, sadly. Falcomon, you can move here, though. And normal attack. A guard break obtained. Okay, that's an item. And turn end. So this way. We'll have you prepare, standing here, and then turn end this way. We'll have Agumon go for the other Dokugamon. He should be able to take him by himself. And then turn end this way, and then you can get ready for the big one. Actually, this way, like that. Because that motherfucker isn't gonna move, sadly. But in the meantime, we can prepare. You here? Wait. We're gonna have Labramon heal up Agumon with Cure Liquor. And then have her move here. And then wait. And now Agumon, you can probably take this Dokugamon out from a distance too. Maybe. We'll see. And then Kunamon can move up. And wait.
俺が行こう。
Dude, wait. Wait.
僕の番だね。
You should be able to hit him from here. No, not item. Actually, what do these do? Restore SP. Restores HP. If those in range. And restores target HP. Okay. Baby Flame. We can barely hit him. Can he hit us, though? Let's find out. No, probably not. He's gonna have to move then attack. So here. No, one more. Alright, Agumon. So do they only block the first attack then? In that case. We can move here and wait. So the Pokemon's gonna move and attack us. Okay, let's pass. Oh, that's cool! Alright, Agumon. Baby flame this bitch. Oh, that's gonna take him out. Get owned? Cool. Alright, so now we should have the big Dokugamon start moving towards them, perhaps. Or is he not going to? How much space is there? Here. It's only one. And then one here. So this is like the only place that's gonna have more than like one square of movement. Okay. Anyways. Let's have you... Dude, this is gonna suck if it's all just gonna be like one by one. So as long as we move here, we should be fine. Because that thing's not gonna move. So... 1, 2, 3... No, 3. No. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can be here. And turn it. Right. We'll have Labramon. We'll have you go behind him. Because you can move further than Kunamon. Agumon can go this way. You won't. You're one off, I think, from hitting him. And then Kunamon can go this way. And wait. Right, so now the Kugamon should move to try to attack us. There it is. So we're good to go. And since he moved, we can now get him from the side. And let's see if we can scratch smash him and move him. Yeah, and we pushed him. Good shit. Now what? Oh, come on, I was setting up the board. You motherfucker. That scream paralyzed me. It's strong, way different from the others we fought.
Agumon! Labramon! 大丈夫か?
たくま、僕動けないよ。
怖くない。怖くない。
It's bad, both of them are afraid. The enemy hasn't even done anything yet. You fucking... You threw alcohol at it and set it on fire.
たくま、あいつ仲間を呼んでる。
仲間がいるのか?
Reinforcements? Oh no, are we gonna die here? Die? How did things turn out this way? Agumon and the others are having a hard time. What can a kid like me do? There's no way I could beat that thing. Maybe I should hide and wait it out. Or maybe I should just run away.
たくましっかりして。
What should I do?
ここで終わっていいの？これまで頑張ってきたのに全部おしまいでいいの？
Everything end here? All of our struggles up to now?
そんなのいいわけがない。僕だけじゃない。みんなの命もかかってるんだ。こんなところで終わらせちゃいけない。捕まってる仲間を絶対に助ける。葵さんを助けたい思いはみんな同じだ。僕たちも精一杯できる限りの力を出すんだ。行くぞ、アグモン。
絶対に助けてあげる。そんなたくまの気持ちが僕は
どうしたんだ、アグモン。様子が。
こんなにピンチなのに力がみなぎってきたかも。
We got Dynamon! I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do this every single time.
頑張るよ。このティラノモンがね。
Yeah.
ティラノモン。
Let's get him. We technically had him on the ropes, if I'm honest. Okay, so at least we keep our structure. In that case, you can move here and attack him from this side. I really do wish they would play something whenever a Digivolution like that happens for a cutscene. It's a shame that they don't. Oh, what do you have now for attacks? Fire Breath. I don't know if this is a scripted evolution. It probably isn't. But let's go ahead and Fire Breath. Evolution. So it costs SP to evolve. Oh, fuck, you're a data type now? God damn it, that is horrible. Now we're doing a lot less damage. You were doing more damage as Agumon, I think. That's bad. Alright, we'll end turn here. Facing this way. We'll have Koromon help Labramon. Oh, or never mind. Well, you should be able to... You're gonna get hurt really bad, but it's better than nothing. It's Electric Thread, this guy. And... turn end. Let's turn you around. Let's hope the big boss, the Kugamon, doesn't fuck you up. Oh, evolving! Uh-oh. Evolving costs SP per turn. And he's poisoned. You know what? Labramon can probably heal you. Let's do a Scratch Bash. Okay, and turn. This way. Let's Fire Breath him from behind. Get Obliteratomized. And turn, facing this way. You are going to heal. We'll use the slightly restore, slightly restore, slightly restore. Does it... Oh, we have to be in range as well? fuck. I can switch units. Can I have you move first? No. There's a fucking turn order. Right, Kunamon's gonna heal himself then. In that case. Okay, we'll have you attack. And turn to end. This way. Alright, Kunamon lost HP, but he's still in this. We're gonna have you use a bandage on yourself. Yeah, you're good to go. Even if you're fucking poisoned. And move this way. And then turn to end this way. Yeah, because the Kugamon's not gonna do shit. And neither is this one. Let's have you move this way. And just do a normal attack. Protection, but oh, he's got a 5% chance to counterattack? 5% and the first attack that we landed against one of them actually countered? That's so dumb. Alright, Tyrannomon. We'll just have you attack from here. Hopefully you don't kill, so... oh well, that's fine. Because again, remember, Data is weak to virus. So this is the worst possible evolution we could have gotten. But everyone leveled up. Guard break, stamina boost, other things. Not bad.
ようやくやっつけたぞ。
手強い敵だったな。よく頑張ってくれたよ、アグモン。
葵を助けるためだもん。これ式のこと平気よ。
Spiderwebs are vanishing before our eyes. Is it because we beat the Kugamon? Nest in the gym is disappearing too. Must be happening across the entire school.
そうだ。ぼーっとしてる場合じゃなかった。葵さん、大丈夫か？
おい、これもうダメなんじゃ。
うるせえ、ごちゃごちゃ言ってねえで寮も手伝え。
葵、
待っていろ。
葵大丈夫？
Yeah, at least in it's because it's kind of weird. So in most Digimon games, or media like you know, the V-Pets or even the Vital Bracelet or some of the other games, if a Digimon digivolves, they permanently digivolve. But in some media like the anime, they, in order I guess to keep simpler models, they have them devolve afterwards. Because you can technically digivolve and then just degenerate back to the previous form, it doesn't matter. But you would have to manually do it, right? But in the anime and in some games, they have it go through this method, where instead of keeping, say, the evolved form out, they will go back down to whatever, you know, form they had beforehand. So I didn't know if that was going to be the case with this, but it seems like it. So only during fights is when you digivolve, or the digivolution will only remain active, well, during the fight itself. So I guess we'll see. But I guess for the story,
助けてくれたのね。ありがとう。あなたに助けてもらったのはこれで2度目ね。
I guess for the story, or for story purposes, they're not gonna, you know, remain evolved. They're gonna like devolve, you know, degenerate back to rookie form.
それにタクマ、アグモン、一緒に戦ってくれてありがとう。タクマくん、私を助けてくれたのね。こんな怖いものに立ち向かって。
Yeah, I think it was explaining it, but I think there was an ad playing. But yeah, no, in general, in most cases, they should stay evolved. Otherwise, they usually degenerate back to rookie. But that's mainly in anime. because it's like convenient, right?
いや、僕だけじゃないよ。ラブラモンだってアグモンだって助けてくれたんだ。
ほんとアグモンもすごかったわ。急にものすごいパワーアップしちゃって。
ああ、それなんだけど、姿が変わったのはこれで2度目だよね。それってどうなってるんだ？
全然わかんない。
まるで変身って感じだな。
それよりも進化って感じかしら。過酷な環境変化に適応するため、つまりさっきの戦いのためだけど。
進化か。アグモン、どうやって進化したんだ？
Nope.
僕もよくわからない。でもタクマの強い思いが僕の中に流れ込んできたんだ。タクマの気持ちに応えたい。そう思ったらさっき進化したんだ。
つまり強い思いがあれば進化するってことか？
要は心の絆があること、パートナーってことね。
パートナーそれなんかいいね。
しかし心の絆か。原理はわからないけどちょっと思い当たるな。さて引き上げるか。みんなも疲れてるだろうし。
ほんとだよ。ちょっと落ち着けるとこに行こうぜ。
Yeah, I don't have a Switch at all. I might be getting a Steam Deck soon, though. So that's pretty cool. Or by soon, I mean by next year is when I'll probably have the ability to claim it after pre-ordering it.
さーてと、あのでかい雲の怪物は倒したし。
But I think now that we've actually gotten a little past the beating of the Pugumon, that will probably be a good stopping point. Then I gotta go.